Hello, hello, Eli here. I recorded a bunch of stuff before I got started. This is past Eli, I've already done the LP. But first, we'll watch this.
A yen for glintstone sorceries. Well, your aptitude does appear passable, but one must choose one's masters wisely.
So I just wanted to point out that on this character, who is an int character with higher degrees of intelligence, I think she had like 20 or something, you get a little bit of different dialogue whenever you talk to Selena for the first time. So that's what all these clips are going to be, that you're going to be seeing.
You are now my protege in Glintstone.
It's just me doing stuff on my lady, my daughter here, and getting slightly different results and me showing them off. Because I missed out on the Blythe and Alexander dialogue, which is going to result in me doing all this all over again to get them. So, this part is me taking my dear, what was her name? Thalmerge Ashlyn? No, Thurgis, that's what I'm thinking of. Thurgis Ashlyn is her name. I wanted to give her a very in-universe style name. And taking her all the way through to the parts that I missed to be able to get to Blythe and Alexander specifically. And I found a few other things along the way. So in this case, what I'm doing is just running through this level, not doing it at all, so that I can talk to Alexander to get his dialogue for whenever you actually open the way for him. Which is going to be a little bit strange, because as noted, he can't actually get through the door. So how exactly he makes use of this, I have no idea. Also, as pointed out, and I forgot to point it out, but you notice at the very front end of that clip, I fall down to a spot that you can't get back towards. Also, men chasing me, accosting me as they want to do. So even if he managed to get through that door, there's no way he could climb up. But here we go. Let's talk to Mr. Alexander. Also, nice outfit. You're going to be seeing a lot of it.
Oh, good lady. Where did you spring from? This was supposed to be a dead end, I'm sure of it.
Nice.
What's going on here? A door from thin
air?
Door
from thin air.
Well, stranger things happen at sea, or so I'm told. But onward.
It's like he couldn't see the door.
I suppose my calculations were right all along. You should head this way as well, friend.
So he doesn't explain how he gets through the door. And it's as though he can't even see the door.
To the festival at Redmane Castle on the southern edge of the scarlet rot blighted Caelid Wilds. Doesn't the thought just set your heart aflutter?
Oh, it does, buddy. It definitely does.
It's time I set off. To the festival at Redmane Castle on the southern edge of the scarlet rot blighted Caelid Wilds.
So he does tell you exactly where to go.
The thought just set your heart aflutter.
Very, very strange. So he saw that thing and just assumed that somehow he could get through? I don't know. But anyways, this is one of the locations that this little dude can show up at.
Oh, you. For God's sake, don't scare me like that.
It turns out he actually has like 6 different places he can appear, or 5.
Oh, just clearing out some corpses? Can't just leave them about, you know? They'll start to pong, eh?
And he gives you a lie for why he's doing what he's doing.
Oh, hello. No, don't you mind me for a minute. It's my job to keep the grounds clean.
But he's stalking you. And actually missed a bit of dialogue as you approach him. But he was complaining that there's barely any meat on this one. Or barely any muscle. So, yeah, he's just going through collecting runes off things.
Ah, well met.
And this is me delivering nothing.
Right.
What news have you learned? Oh, no.
You just do what you feel.
Okay.
Right. If either of us learns anything, we tell the other. Right?
Truly amazing. So, after delivering him nothing, I go talk to Selene and give him the actual information.
What news?
Tell the story of Selene.
So Rani's fate is kept in stasis by Starscourge Radahn. That reminds me of something I heard. There's a festival being held at the castle on the southern edge of the Caelid Wilds, east of Limgrave. It's a festival of combat. And I heard that you can fight Radahn himself. He who was once called the strongest of all the demigods. Maybe it's just a coincidence.
Any
I think it's worth
coincidence?
investigating. I'll be on my way to this festival of Radahn then.
It, like, aligns perfectly with the thing that I was talking about. So, there we go.
You're coming too, right? To Radahn's festivities. I'll meet you at Redmane Castle in Caelid. The way ahead is pleasingly simple. We fight, sword and fang.
So, there we go. That's the dialogue that I missed. Truly amazing. There's actually not much, but, you know, it's there. And also the additional dialogue of having no information whatsoever and coming back to him before going to sell him, but actually after talking to Zelvis, which is kind of strange that they bothered to put that in there. But there we go. Also here I'm showing off that he has indeed vanished from his initial location. And the next part you have to go to is here. On this character, I had actually already unlocked the ability to teleport to that area because I cleared out the castle beforehand. And there are all sorts of triggers that actually cause the festival to start, and she just so happened to not trigger them. There are quite a few of them, and they are all just as complex as you might imagine. I'm not going to go over them right now. The clip is too short. And I won't go over them in this LP as I remember, but here we go. Let's talk to Blythe with this optional dialogue that we get specifically if we talk to him down there and then come up here. On the other character, it was the other way around.
Ah, there you are. Took your sweet time. The players are all made up. I'm waiting for the curtain. Let's give them a show to remember, eh? Just don't you go dying on me. For Ranni's sake, too.
So, nothing much changed. Actually, a little bit less dialogue.
Together, eh? This might even be fun.
Yep, that's it.
Once more into the fray.
And here for the rest of the time, if I remember correctly, I tried to aim the character so I can look at my daughter's massive breasts, give you guys a good indication. I really like this prisoner's outfit for, obviously, what? What? She's my daughter. I can stare at her giant milky bosoms if I want to. That's it. Hope you guys enjoyed the show. On with the actual LP from this point forward. Bye-bye. Hello, hello.
Hey!
Hey! Hey! Hello, hello. Do it again.
Hey!
Oh, something about that sounds weird to me. Okay, hello, hello. In theory, before you get to this point, I should have already done a hello, hello, and done some stuff with another character called Thurgist Ashlyn, I think her name is. And I have no idea what that was, because I haven't done it yet. But that is work for future Eli to worry about, not me. Which is great news for me, because I actually hate putting stuff off. I have this personality type where by the way, I wanted to look at this big hole first. Remember a star fell from the sky after we beat the big nasty man. Oh, that horse's eye is so weird looking. So emo, so goth, so dozer. So, big star fell from sky because the fates were de-intertwined or something. I don't know what's going on. Think I understand this plot? And look, horse's butthole. They modeled his butthole! Look at that! They modeled my horse goat's butthole. It's crazy. Okay, but anyway, star fell from sky, make big hole. And it is in fact big hole. So look at it for a second. But anyways, yeah, I have this personality type where if there's something that needs to be done, I want to do it right away. Because I hate having stuff hanging over my head. Unless it is some monstrous project, like an animation, where I know it's going to take a month or 2 months or 3 months to get done. At that point, it becomes so incredibly overwhelming that I'm like, why would I even start? Like, it's just so much. It's so daunting. And jumping off of my... I was talking about George R.R. Martin last part, and it kind of is that same thing. Where I imagine a lot of the reason why he has not started is, from what I gather, the last book that he wrote in that series, whatever the hell it is, I'm not really that familiar with them. I really don't care. By the way, we are not going down. I just wanted to show this off. It's weird that I can summon here. But the last one apparently introduced so many plot lines and little threads that I imagine that's probably part of it. There's just so much to do that it's probably overwhelming, and just knowing, oh, I've got to do all this. How am I going to unify all these things? I've let things get out of control. Like, knowing all that, I'm sure he has a good idea of what he would want to do, but just having it all ahead of him that's probably the reason why he isn't actually doing it. But this is the path that you would want to take to get down there. Even though you can easily get yourself killed trying to jump down there. That first little spot is a little bit too far down. But that would start a next little part, which I don't want to do just yet. So back up we go. And actually, I wanted to see if Blythe is anywhere around. Actually, I think I have a note on him. What does that say? His little character note. The next thing... Oh, the next thing actually says talk to E.G. I'm not sure why. Why would it involve talking to E.G.? But I thought that maybe he might be hanging around the crater, since the last thing he said was, "Big hole, open dirt. Go there." I don't know why I'm talking like a racist Native American circa 19... all of it? Yeah, all of American history? Yeah. All of it? Circa all of it. Yep. Pretty neat looking. It's funny how it looks even more intimidating the closer you get, because all the filters kick in. Pretty neat. Also, pretty neat is the fact that I have a Halo scythe now. Actually, I have quite a few new things. The Halo scythe, fortunately, is much... It's still a ridiculous weapon. Like, it's still a FromSoft weapon. But it at least does... It at least does not look like the wretched winged scythe, the He-Man scythe, as I keep referring to it. It actually looks like it might be a real weapon that might actually cut something. And it is still ridiculous because it's a scythe-style weapon, and you're like, how would that actually hurt anyone? But at least the outer edge of it could be sharpened. It doesn't really look like it. It looks like the outer edge is more for parrying. Yeah, that definitely doesn't look like it's sharpened at all. Except the inner edge. So that's still ridiculous. There's no way that would really work, but still, it sort of looks like a weapon. Which is more than you can say for the other one. Unfortunately, if I remember correctly... Just my AR, 499. Unfortunately, the Wing Scythe has way more AR than the Halo Scythe for some reason. I really don't know why. I guess they really want you to use this horrid abomination over the better looking one. That's pretty typical from FromSoft, though. They really like the idea of the dumber a weapon looks, the stronger it is. I don't know what their fascination with that is. Well, if my notes say go talk to E.G., I guess I'll go talk to E.G. I have several things to run down as far as stuff I picked up. But for the time being, may as well do this. Hello, E.G. What you doing, buddy? I have no idea why I need to talk to you, but my notes say that maybe I need to. Oh.
You finally come. Blythe told me everything.
Yeah?
You've defeated General Radahn, unlocking the stars.
His voice sounds
the general
different.
was blighted by scarlet rot and driven to madness. But not long ago, he was hailed as the mightiest demigod of them all. There is no parallel to your achievement, nor to Lady Rani's acute judgment of character.
My girlfriend.
Thanks to you, Lady Rani's fate once again stirs, and the path to Nokron has opened. Descend underground, where the fallen star struck Limgrave, and make it yours. The precious treasure of Nokron.
Cool. Now again, the entire point of doing this was to open a path where you could get to the location to get, I think it's like a sword or a key item or something. But once more, you can actually see the place that you need to get to to the place, like, we're actually going down to the Eternal City again, the place that we've already seen before. I just didn't complete it, if you remember. We're going back down there tonight, unfortunately. I say tonight because I'm recording this at, like, 5 o'clock in the morning for me. Because my life is my life, a bunch of tornadoes came through here and kind of decimated a lot of the area again. But the internet is sort of working right now. I had to kind of put off a few things because I didn't have access to any information, so I couldn't, like, look up map details or anything. So it's been a while, and it's going to be a while more because I probably won't be able to upload this very efficiently. But we have technicians coming out today, so backstory aside, that's what's going on at the moment. It's just more life stories for Eli. So if you're like, wow, this guy is always having some sort of weird technical issues, like something is always going wrong. Yeah, that's been the entirety of my 39 years on this world. That's all that ever happens. Anyways, talk.
Oh, Blythe wanted me to tell you.
Yeah.
Not to bother waiting for him.
Oh.
And head straight to North.
So he wouldn't be there.
Blythe has been given an important task. Apparently, a matter of great urgency.
Huh? Well, what? Okay, there's another one. What's he doing?
You need not await Blythe. Descend underground alone, with a fallen star-struck Limgrave, and make it yours. The precious treasure of Nokron.
Okay, but tell me where he
so that
is.
Lady Rani may tread the dark path of the Empyrean.
The dark path of the Empyrean. That means nothing to me.
You need not await Blythe.
Okay, same thing.
Descend underground alone and make it yours, so that Lady Rani...
Okay, well that's it. Huh, I wonder where he is. What do my notes say? This is the general problem I have with the way that quests work in this whole game. Like, some people have been critical of, oh, you're spoiling yourself. I really am not. Like, I'm looking up the most vague way of progressing possible. But, like, take now, for instance. I'm sure that, yes, I could progress further down the story, and then whatever Blythe's next plot points are just won't matter. But from the sound of things, there's something optional going on with him. And I don't know what it is. And E.G. was my one way of figuring that out, and he won't tell me anything. So then, if there is more additional content to Blythe, some people will be like, don't worry about it. No, that's not how things work around here. I want to know. And if I want to know, how would I know in this video game? In this cryptic-ass FromSoft video game? The answer would be to just avoid progressing anything at all, and arduously go around the entire map that you have explored up until now, trying to find things until you just so happen to stumble upon the right thing, which is not an option either. That's absolutely ridiculous, but that is the way that you would do it. Really, the way that you do it these days would be to just go online, ask a friend on the bus. Like, remember, this is a Japanese game, so the entire premise of even, like, the system of seeing random ghosts appear and the message system, the whole idea behind that originally was to see someone run through a wall, or to see a message that says, head west, or, something. Just vague assertions that progress is somewhere, and you're relying on someone else that has randomly stumbled upon something to tell you enough vague information to get you to go find something yourself. That's the idea. But as we all know, that system has kind of broken down because the games have gotten so huge and so complex and so convoluted that just doesn't work anymore. It's completely failed. So now we're in the era where you absolutely just have to go to a wiki or some sort of website that just has really, really vague information, like I'm doing, so that you don't spoil yourself, but you still have a very general understanding of what you should be doing. So to that end, what did I have written down? Talk to E.G. Forlorn Hound Ever Jail. I don't know where that is. Oh, but I've already done all the Everjails, haven't I? Malefactors? Is there one that I haven't done? Wait, was the Forlorn Hound? Wait, this again? This is one of the first things I did. He's just back there for some reason? I have it written down. Why would he be there? And more importantly, how would I ever figure that out? Like, why would the player actually go back here? Especially for Blythe's questline. Because remember, one of the first things that we did was, we came here to help him. Wow, that's actually something you can miss, too. Like, the whole concept behind that part is... Remember, in Limgrave, you have to do this if you're trying not to miss additional content and, like, 1 or 2 reward items. If you're starting up a new game, the first thing you have to do is... like, the progress is like you start here, go tag the church so you can teleport back to it, go over the gate front, send it the thing, get her to appear, get your stuff. If you want to do it this way, just go this direction, and then go down into the woods so that you can hear him howl, right here at the Mistwood Ruins. Teleport back to the church, talk to Kale, so that he will give you the snap finger gesture. Then talk to Rena, supposedly, quote-unquote Rena. Then go back, trigger him again. He will move down here, and you will help him fight the guy that was in this Everjail. Quote-unquote help fight. He just obliterates the dude. But all that, if you, for example, ignore all that and immediately race past Stormvale, that auto-progresses everything in that part of the quest. In theory. Sometimes it doesn't. I think it kind of depends on how far up you go, or whether you're not up here or not. I can't remember. There's so many flags in this game, it gets kind of ridiculous. But anyways, point being is that you can completely miss that part, and you will never meet. And the whole part about like being directed to EG and saying lies set me, you don't get that. You don't get the part where Ronnie says, oh, you know, other people that you've met along the way. I can't remember who it was. You don't get that either. Like, there's so many ways of getting there that it's kind of pointless. But you can actually miss that. So a lot of players will just never know that he was here at all. So the little additional part, well, you hear him doing his big awoo. His big Lumia woo. I wonder where he is. So I guess that's supposed to be your way of knowing. You just ride through this area, then you hear him do a big howl. It actually sounds like it is coming from the jail itself. Because I don't physically see him anywhere. It really does sound like the sound effect is coming from the jail. Whoa. Something died. Something worth 27 health. Must have been a little animal. Hope that wasn't him. Maybe messages or something? No, this is just... Wait, what? Talk? What the fuck? Is he underground or something? What the hell?
Oh, it's you.
What the fuck?
It's me, Blythe. Old E.G. trapped me here.
What?
Told me I'd bring naught but bail to Lady Rani. But there's no chance that could happen. I'm part of a being. A very shadow. I thought old E.G. knew as much. Honestly, I don't know what's going on anymore.
Me neither, buddy. Whoa. Okay, I don't think I have anything about this in my notes. Because that sounds like it would be a spoiler. Because if there was, like, open the Everjail, then... yeah, that would be too much information. No, I actually don't have anything after this at all, besides Ranni's Rise with a question mark after it. So there must be something that happens there eventually. Maybe. Considering that even my question mark was like, I don't know. Something might be a thing there. Because if I put a question mark, then it must have meant that I read something about... it's probably like something like complete Ranni's questline or something, if I had to take a wild guess. Because that would be a good reason why I would put something like that. Don't open it, or... That sounds dire, because if I let him out and he starts running amok for some reason that I don't understand... But then again, Blythe is a good boy. E.G. is a little bit more suspect, and E.G. was also not very forthcoming with his information. So if E.G. actually did have very good reasons for why he did what he did, the fact that he's being so suspect and not letting me in on it tells me that he is less trustworthy than Blythe. Also, if Blythe is doing something, this does not work in FromSoft reality, but if Blythe was, like, secretly crazy or something, or planning something, Blythe, he doesn't have the personality to do that. Like, everything that we know about him is pointing to him either being like, yeah, I really don't know what's going on. He's certainly not, like, some master planner or something, so I'm gonna open it. Because even if he gets out and does start doing something, then you could probably just... You could probably handle it in a very forward, simple way. He might even pop out and attack me, I don't know. Here he comes. You're not gonna hurt me, are you, buddy? I don't know what's going on. Ooh, for a second I thought he was.
My thanks, friend. I'm going to see Mistress Rani now.
Oh.
I don't know what came over old E.G., but even if the odds are slim, I need to check the Mistress is safe. Now, Rani can finally set in motion the fight against her fate she's dreamed of for so long.
Wait, the fight against her fate? Didn't we release her fate?
I'm going to see Mistress Rani now. I don't know what came over old E.G., but even if the odds are slim, I need to check the Mistress is safe.
Well, she is asleep right now. Maybe. I haven't actually checked to see if she's still asleep or not. That is something worth checking. Okay. Blythe, I'm with you. Let's go check. Let me go talk to E.G. first, though. E.G., guess what I did? You'll be so proud of me. He's gonna be very proud. I actually, like, half expected him to just be gone for some reason.
Well, my fellow, how may I serve you?
E.G., I found a guy.
Or as blacksmith?
Wow, it actually does give you the option. Why was he in the Everjail?
I presume you've spoken with Blythe?
I let him out.
Very well. There is something you should know.
You should have told me before.
The Two Fingers gave Blythe to Lady Rani as a faithful follower. Her very shadow. Incapable of treachery.
Okay.
But if Lady Rani, as an Empyrean, resists being an instrument of the Two Fingers, the shadow will go mad, transforming from a follower into a horrid curse.
Oh.
But such is his destiny. In such matters, Blythe's own thoughts hold no weight. It pains me so. But he must be neutralized. For Lady Rani's sake.
How did he lock him in the jail in the first place, I wonder? Did he trick him into it, or did he actually just ask and Blythe is just such a good boy that he was like, well, I don't understand, but okay. Which is kind of doubtful, considering that he said, well, I need to go check on her. Well, that's understandable, I guess. That makes some degree of sense. I'm not sure what exactly... What is Blythe, then? If he's some sort of creation of the Two Fingers, or being manipulated by them in some way? At least things are happening. Well, let's go check her, I guess. Yeah, Ronnie's still there, according to this. Let's check it out. Haven't even gotten to the stuff that I accumulated since last time. But we'll get there. Okay, first, let's go check on my girlfriend. She's totally my girlfriend. Whoops. You think she's manipulating me? To her own ends? Like a woman? Like a woman would? If we get up there and she's like really happy to see us, like she's awake and she's like, oh, hello! That means two things. Either she's suddenly taking a liking to us because we beat... Oh, she's still asleep. Because we defeated her father, I think, is their relationship. If I remember correctly. Or she actually is dating a guy that we don't know about and she's super happy about it. That's the voice of experience right there. Anytime you run into a girl and she's really like glowing and happy suddenly, she met somebody. And it ain't you. Alright, yeah, she's still asleep. Well, let's go back downstairs. Actually, I can just teleport. Go back downstairs. I'll walk outside for a second. He might be in the area taking a look around. It's a good ship. I think he... No, this is where EG was. Blythe Wood... No, that was where Blythe was. Okay. Or was it? Yes, it was. He was the middle one. Okay. There are naughty wolves here. 450. Not bad. 352. That's so weird. Notice that? 450, 450. This guy, he was in the middle of attacking. Only hit him for 352. Pretty substantial amount of damage decrease. Okay, don't see him anywhere. You know, I never actually explored behind this place. I was sitting here thinking about where he could be. I don't know why he would be behind, but I just thought of it. Messages. Thought there might be like an item or something. No, there's nothing back here. Okay. Oh well. Yeah, maybe he's just not here. Or he could be a little bit forward, I suppose. At least he doesn't have anything to do with, Celibus, or whatever his name is. Yeah, I don't see him. Okay, good. Maybe that's something that'll happen much later? He said that he had to go check and see if she was okay, but I don't see him anywhere. So my Ranni's Rise question mark thing either is completely wrong, or that did have something to do with, it being like a much later part of a quest line or something. And Celibus is still going to be here, I'm going to assume. Yeah, old dickhead's here. I'm not going to talk to him. You dirty old man. Okay. By the way, some people did say that, according to... I think it was actually a Zuli video, where she was going through unmasking the NPCs. I didn't watch that video because I figured there might be spoilers in there. But someone... Because, you know, I haven't met everyone yet. But, someone said that the lady that's down here, Selen, actually has a different face from the one that you actually meet. That's, down here. Indicating that maybe the Selen that's up there either was some sort of original body and the new one is some new body, in which case there's actually like two different people now, or that he just brainwashed or dollified somebody that looked similar to her but is actually a different person. Or it could be like a FromSoft foible where they actually changed what she looked like at some point, which also doesn't really make any sense because you don't get to see her face in either circumstance. So what that means, who knows. But something worth mentioning. Okay, it's a good ship. Lollipop, it's me. To the candy shop. Was there anything I need to do up top? Oh, by the way. In case you couldn't notice, I marked all the shit that I'm going to have to do eventually up here in Caelid. Don't want to have to worry about that right now, especially since apparently there's some sort of quest line up here that is going to take a long time. Stuff like this, I tagged some of the little bonfires because I was farming that area. Getting this Halo scythe was a little bit of a pain in the ass. Not too much, but it's kind of a pain in the ass. As you can see, I actually got 3 of them. These are apparently very, very rare drops. But in the process of trying to get the Clean Rot armor set, I actually stumbled upon this 3 times in a row, which was nice. Let's actually look at a few of those things before we get going. Because I think the next area that I need to go to is going to be underground. Unless I... let's see, check my notes. Let's take things one step at a time, though. Yeah, I don't even have the Halo stuff in my notes. Good thing I looked at it first. Halo Scythe. War Scythe of the Clean Rot Knights who fought alongside Millennia, Blade of Miquella. Miquella's Frosted Flakes. Supposedly Clean Rot is a mistranslation, which this game apparently is just rife with mistranslations. Some people, I have no context for this, but some people actually said that one of the endings of this game is actually so badly mistranslated that it makes no sense and actually sort of acts in contrast to what actually is true about the ending. Which one, I don't know, but I almost suspect it's going to be... I think there is an ending involving Ranni. Or actually about her, as far as I know. I don't know. Because this is part of like a long quest line. And if that's true, whichever one... the ending that I would probably get would involve her, because that is my wife, obviously. Very important. So I hope it ends up not being like the worst ending or something. But anyways, Clean Rotten Knight, supposedly the actual translation of it is supposed to be some sort of allusion to it's like the distillation of wine or something. It's some ridiculous thing. Where it's, the whole idea is you allow something to rot in order to purify it. And there's like some more context behind it, but I didn't read too much into it because I was like, this might be a spoiler if someone is... But I caught that much as like, okay, Clean Rot means something else, wine, okay, I'm just going to stop there. That's what my train of thought was. Anyways, this was the weapon of commanders in Millennia's army, and the half-halo blade deals holy damage. It sure does, it sure does. Good for her, you know? I've always thought about dealing holy damage myself, I just never got around to it. Armor of the Clean Rot celebrated for their undefeated campaign in the Shattering. Their undefeated campaign? What is this, like the British? We haven't been invaded since 1146. Yeah, you have. We're undefeated. What about that time that you lost? Like you very clearly lost to Radahn. And he was just fine afterwards. Well, I'm fucking counting. They didn't fucking... He didn't win either. Well, then... That's a draw. That's what that is. That's being defeated. Like the United States pulling out of Korea and Vietnam is still a loss. Just because Vietnam and Korea didn't invade the Americas and destroy the United States from within does not mean that we didn't not meet our objectives. You lost. You were defeated. Anyways. The Clean Rot Knights vowed to fight alongside Millennia, despite the inevitable, if gradual, putrefaction of their flesh. Their acceptance of their fate made these battles the fiercest of all. Okay. So apparently being alongside this lady, for some reason, means that their flesh go bad, go nasty. But they're like, that's okay. We'll simp for a Millennia. And so they did. Oddly enough, This is the first helmet that I've gotten that actually can be altered. And the wardrobe engine, I haven't cleaned out the rest of them, but it can be altered. Go through alterations. You remove the little bitty red bit on the back. Looks like this when it's altered. Look at that. Looks slightly worse. I'm actually not a big fan of this look. I love the Great Helm. Love the Great Helm. But it's a bit too heavy for me right now, I think. No, we're still good. Okay, I'll wear that. Yeah, it looks good. That looks okay. In fact, this is one of the things that I bought from the merchants, and it's something I was going to talk about today. Great Helm. Sturdy Great Helm made from iron. Not talk about it, just need to read it. Though it is uncomfortably heavy and obstructs the vision of the wearer, it provides considerable damage mitigation. It sure does. It sure does. And that's all I have to say about that. Great Helm, got that done ahead of time. Okay, let me go through all the things I picked up. I went through all the merchants and bought all their doo-doo garbage. So that's going to be a thing today. Fantastic. Nomadic Warrior's Cookbook is one of the things that I bought. Allows me to make rot bone arrows and boats. Good for me. That is complete. I picked up notes. That's what it is. No. Notes will be on the end, I think. Yes. Yes. Okay. These last three. Gravity's Advantage. Note sold by a nomadic merchant party knowledge and brief. Gravitational power that pulls can bring flying foes low. Really? I never thought about it. Gravity makes things go down? Jesus Christ! Alright. Gateway. Fort Gale in Caelid houses a gateway that leads to Redmane Castle. It sure does. I don't need it anymore, but I was aware of that. And Hidden Cave. There's a hidden cave in the town of Celia. There's that word again. That's what I know it from. Celia is the town of sorcery. That's what I know it from. I remember it now. That's how my brain works. And the last part, if you remember, I was like, Celia, that sounds familiar, and I couldn't think of what it was. Now, I just know. I haven't been there since then. My brain just had that knowledge today. Just some days it worked, some day it no work. Look beyond the graveyard at the precipice. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Alright. And I just read The Great Helm. Also, I bought Spike Cestus, which looks almost exactly the same as normal Cestus. Except Spike. A cestus with the rivets replaced with blood-loss-inducing spikes. Fist weapons come in pairs, two hands, one weapon. So just, there's nothing, just, it's absolutely nothing. It requires, I guess, having the spikes makes it require 2 more dexterity. And from what I can tell, it is just straight up better in every single way, except that it has 0.5 more weight to it. And that's it. It's just better in every way. Although it's still a fist weapon, so it's probably not good in the first place. Alright, well that's good to know. Also, I bought the Read set and the Hero set, which are starter sets. Not much of a reason to read them, but I figured I will anyways, if I can find them. Hero, yeah. Or this, what's the Champion set that I'm thinking of? Not the Hero set. Yeah. Pauldron reserved for the Badlands Bravest, proof that Ware has slaughtered countless foes. Following the example of their chieftain, Huralu, Neville Lu has the same name. The brave warriors of the Badlands shun excess adornment. They go naked. So Neville wears this exact same thing. And her last name is also Lu. I wonder if Horalu was one of her parents, or maybe just someone from the place that she's from. Is she Is she tarnished? She would have to be, because she goes to the round table. She has to be. There's something that you really don't think about too much. All the people that are at the round table absolutely must be tarnished, right? So all of them came from overseas. None of them are native to the lands between, which includes, like, Gideon. So this Horalu would have to be another tarnished. So it would be something that's overseas. Alright? So this guy's probably dead? If she came from a tribe that was completely wiped out or something? Still not sure what the details of that happen to be. Maybe we'll learn more. If it's about her. Huh. This is actually somewhat useful information. Kind of surprising. It was on a starter set as well. Very unusual. Let's see... Reed set, that's what it was. Where's the reed set? Reed armor. Armor with strips of iron fastened together. Worn by warriors of the lands of Reed. Japan, it's Japan. The grimy outer mantle is made from withered reeds from the warrior's birthplace. Perhaps its comforts extend to nostalgic thoughts of home. Of home! Because everyone that plays this gets the joke, right? Because we're all Japanese here, right? No, we're not. So, yeah, just nothing there, I guess. Okay, and lastly, the great bow, which I got from killing. I'll show it here in a bit. The great bow. Enormous great bow, larger than any man. Cannot, I guarantee, hold on. Larger than any man and cannot be drawn with any ordinary level strength, but the force of its shot is extraordinary. A great bow can only fire great arrows. Larger than any man. That's pretty big. It's probably true. I was expecting to pull it out and it'd be like, bigger than any man? Not mine, because big penis. Or, you know, just I would make some stupid joke like that, which this really is just beneath me, if I'm being serious, but, yeah. Great bow. That is done. Okay. Now I can safely go Sonic Underground. Go back here and have an absolutely miserable experience. Now the reason why I'm going down here is actually because I feel like clearing the area. It's not that big. But also because there is a merchant down here. And as soon as I get to him, then I will be able to buy oil jars. And then I could do Alexander's little thing. There's actually quite a bit of things that I would like to talk about today. There's a greater thing, a follow-up to the discussion that I was having about levels, but I'll get to that in a bit. First, let me get my bearings. Another thing of note there, though, in my little notes, is it says Poison Moth Flight deals most of its damage up front if you're double poisoning someone. Shut up. Supposedly, one of the... Motherfucker. Over here trying to read my notes. By the way, crabs in, like, all the games... Come on. Let me just show this off here. Cool. Stop it. Crabs are too fast. It's another one of these little FromSoftisms. I do like the crabs. I think big crabs are cool, but they are too fast. They're way, way too fast. And they don't really seem to have much of a counter to them. Because their attack animations, if you're trying to circle around them, are so incredibly rapid. And because they can just pivot on a dime, they can get to you pretty easily. So if they just choose to attack you with the right attack, then you will be taking damage. One of those I was doing that, wasn't I? I was going through the enemy attack animations and being like, this one's okay, this one's not okay. Most of their animations, for the most part, are fine. Like him breathing that bubble blast stuff on me, that was fine. I just was not really paying attention. Oh yeah, there it is. Knew I missed an item over here. Look at that gallet. Thank you, jumping R2. Love the fact that I can stun you, boys. I feel so much better having a weapon that doesn't look entirely stupid. Just sort of stupid. Wow, lump of flesh. So glad I picked that up. Okay. Anyways, yeah. Crabs are naughty boys. And also, yes, supposedly the value of those poison weapon arts, because poison, let's face it, poison on, especially in PvP, and most of PvE, unless you're doing something like poisoning a world boss and then running away, is for the most part almost completely pointless. Trying to get, wow, still managed to take a little bit of damage, or Horsey did. Okay. So the fact that there is a mechanic where if you poison something and then poison it again before the poison runs out, then it takes some, it apparently takes like 80% of that damage up front. Yeah, that's an interesting mechanic. And that was actually something, if you remember, I was talking about in one of my prior parts. Except there, I was like, you could probably combine bleed and poison and scarlet rot into being the same thing. I was hoping I'd get both of them. Wasn't expecting to take damage from that one. It's nice of him to just stand there and watch, though. What are you gonna do now, bitch? Gonna keep firing your pathetic little arrows? Bitch! I've got the biggest dick. Not your weird minotaur dick or whatever's going on with you guys. You wear fake horns on that, too? Alright, roll away, little man. He just gave up halfway through. I still haven't gotten that item over there. I can't remember how they get it. But this is as far as we went last time. Remember, this is where Blythe was. I still can't quite figure out how I'm supposed to get that. Because it sort of looks like there is a path that you can land on over there, but I'm not quite sure. I'll probably get myself killed trying to get this, though. Oh! There we go, there we go. That's how you get it. You have to go around the side and then sort of dip back in. Let's get off you. Just make sure there's nothing down here. Okay, good. Good, good, good. Wow, amazing, truly amazing. Okay. Alright, something someone else said. They were... When I was going through with my train of thought, which, let's face it, you don't want on that train. It's not a stable... That's not a stable trip, being on my train of thought. Yeah. Really? Even that? I was talking about the different effects that things can have, and I'm still mostly on board with this. The idea that maybe reaching thresholds of stat requirements will give additional effects to things. And to this, I do completely agree, and I was thinking about it whenever I was saying it. But if there was fire, I had said maybe it could be like a damage over time, and then cold could be like slowing people down, etc. And someone said if fire was just damage over time, then everyone would pick fire. I completely agree with you. It's one of the things that I've always been really irate with in regards to status effects like that. I'm being careful here because there are naughty boys that shoot with arrow, and I don't much care for it. It feels bad to be hit with the arrow. And I can't quite remember where all of them are. So if I suddenly just take a huge amount of damage, that's what that was. Let me actually do a big tail move. Hey, bitch! Bitch! Oh, get fucked! Oh my god! All the poor animals you were there to protect. Now I'm just eating all of them like a wild animal on all fours. being old General Radani. Oh shit, there's an arrow man right there. Get him, boys. I'm the boys. Just me. I have no one else with me. Get him, boys. By the way, I'm kind of in a weird mood today. Which, whenever I'm in a weird mood, I kind of hesitated to do any recording. Because I can always tell what sort of recording session it's going to be. And this one's going to be sort of a weird one. Anytime that I feel weird, it either ends up being a session where I'm very kind of tilted and am upset about nothing in general and just don't feel very good. Or it ends up translating into me just being very, very strange. Let's hope it's the strange one, because that's probably more entertaining, me being strange. Then again, maybe I'm always strange, who knows? Wait, why am I so close to this? Am I right below? Yeah, I'm right below some stuff. I'm so close to it that it's actually, even though I'm, it's actually above me, like, by kilometers, it's still showing up on my map. This little bitty chest icon. That's pretty funny. And your little horsey eye is so weird looking. Doesn't Torrent look like he's blind? Like, his eyes don't really move. He still blinks, but I don't know, his eyes are just so faded looking. Maybe he's a zombie horse. Okay. But I knew that is going to be a weird... Whoop. Look at that. Look at that motherfucker. That. See that shit? That's what I'm talking about right there. This bullshit. Those are the archers. Some of the worst dudes in the game. What if I can hit him from here? Using my bullshit. Oh wait, keep forgetting. I've kind of gotten used to the casting thing being on the offhand. I was having a hard time with it before. But maybe I can get away with it. I can't target him. It won't let me target him. Maybe I can sneak over there. I want to hit him with a spell or something. Just really show him who's boss, you know? Look at that motherfucker. Haha! Can I get him from this distance? I don't know. Nope! I cannot. Well, in that case... What the fuck? What are you shooting there, bud? This is what the game actually wants. Like, see, there's another guy over there. Whoa, they're actually all over the place. Let's fix some of that problem, shall we? Pew! Ow! Bitch! Oh! Oh, son of a bastard bitch! Fuck! Ow! Good. I was kind of hoping... Sometimes, like, that dealt 768 damage. Ever so often, whenever you do this shit, you'll run into some guy and it's like 767 damage. Just as a big fuck you. There he is. Remember me, motherfucker? This my sniping technique. Hey, how come that one didn't... Maybe it's... They take reduced damage anytime... Are you... Oh, yeah. If they take damage, I think they lose the ability to keep doing that. Well, let's run back like a coward. Ow! My fucking back! Jesus! Alright, maybe I overreacted. I'm gonna have to... Oh, my waveform. Why did I do that? Now I'm gonna have to go fix it later. Damn it. Okay. Yeah, this guy's an asshole. By the way, if you've noticed, I'm dealing a lot of damage to these guys, and I'm not taking much damage. And that is because, Siafa River, you can go down here first thing, even though it shows up as being below Caelid. You get here via this, so it still counts as being sort of in this area. There are different scaling levels in the game. I think the first one is like this area, Siafa River. And I think maybe Lakes also is part of this area. And the second part, I think, is Caelid, the Atlas area, and the stuff that's around it. And then there's like a third one. And the third one was where shit gets really crazy as far as numbers go. So that's going to be the bad touch area. And we have not seen any of those yet, thank God. I'm going to get angry. Shit. Alright, good. Some arrows. Right, motherfucker. Please hit. Don't hit the pillar. Aha! Alright, now he can't use this stupid little cheap-ass bitch move again. Yeah. Dappled cured me. Goodness. Ow! I hear something, and I'm paying attention to the stuff. Where is that? What is that? Ah, there's a guy over there. I'm very paranoid about this area. I have in the past lost a tremendous amount of runes, specifically because of these arrow guys. God, I love how there's just big packs of these idiots just walking around. Just big piles of meat parading themselves in front of me. Sorry I didn't finish my thought originally. It's so nice being able to actually do charged R2s to stuff. I'm gonna miss that whenever we get to the parts of the game where they really want you to fight things face to face and do arduous FromSoft battles where you're just dodge, 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 one hit allowed, dodge, 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 dodge. You know that? I'm gonna miss it. It's so much more fun when you can just wander around just killing stuff. You know, like a Dark Souls game would do. Like a good game. Well, like a moderately good game. Okay, sorry to complete my thought. By the way, the portal that I was talking about that allows you to get to the highest area of this area? Highest area of this area? Because normally you can only go to like here, this little stretch right here. And then you can sort of like walk over here-ish. But like all this you get to later in the game. But there is like a little bitty area that you can sort of get to that's sort of around here. And you'll be like, how do I get up there? Because I can see it, and I can clearly see that there's items up there. This portal right here, that I just arrived to. I will not be taking it right this second, though. But for future knowledge, yes, it is indeed here. Okay, so armor smithing's done too. But sorry, to complete my thought, yes, I don't like fire being a damage over time. If I was going to do anything with status effects, like personally, I kind of love the idea of avoiding it being elemental related, but elemental stuff, it's pretty easy for people to understand, so I don't blame people too much for it. But whenever it's fire, it's always the same thing, damage over time. That one's the best one. Unless cold does something like give a flat damage bonus, in which case it'll be that. You know, it just comes down to which one does the most damage. And eventually, this is another problem with how FromSoft does things. Eventually people will number crunch and be like, okay, unless you are very specifically trying to adjust your weapon and loadout for every single enemy that you're going to encounter for 80% of the time, this specific damage type is the thing that you want to be running. Except for the following list of bosses or something. Then you have to go through and be like, okay, this guy, I'll change up my damage values to blah, blah, okay, use this specific buff. Like, Bloodborne was like that too. Where you would get to specific bosses and be like, no. This is actually a boss that's from space or something. This one's a beast one. This one's an alien one. So this buff won't work on this one because of the lore, or it made no sense. It made absolutely no sense. Of course, eventually you'll be like, okay, I get it. This one is technically some sort of space alien or something. But whenever you're going through the game, especially if you're walking into the boss fight, you're not going to spot it and be like, oh, that's a werewolf. And then you go into your item bar and start equipping things. That's not how it works. You have to like go in, scout around, look at it, and then I guess the logic is that you bone out or whatever the items were in that game, and then you think, okay, this is what I should bring in, blah, blah, blah. But no one really plays that way either. I'm just not a big fan of the whole number crunching aspects of these games. It doesn't really work very well. Out of the way, deer. Get out of here, roll up. It's so cute that they roll away. I haven't really commented on it too much, but it is cute. For me to poop on. Alright, no, not you, not you, not you. Bad touch, bad touch. Okay, let's stay away from them. Whenever you're on foot, you really need to stay away from those things. I wonder if you can shoot them. I've never really tried. Okay, it looks like we're done with this little particular bit. Hello, turtle. Hello, turtle man. Get out of here, dear. Yeah. Let's try to trigger this thing so it doesn't accidentally... There we go. I wanted to trigger that so it doesn't actually accidentally hit me whenever I'm rambling about something not important. And there we go. So, whenever you're designing status types or just differing kinds of spells, like if you're doing magic and you say to yourself, I'm going to make fire magic, cold magic, lightning magic, air magic, earth magic, all these things. They're all going to be the same thing. Like take a Final Fantasy VII, for example. That's a good example. There's fire 2, there's fire 3, there's like earth 1, 2, and 3, or earth raga, whatever you want to say. And they're all effectively the exact same thing, except the damage tables are a little bit different. The calculations are very slightly different. It just depends on what enemy that you're trying to kill. You can't use earth magic on a flying enemy, and that's kind of it. As far as the very, very particulars of how those spells work. Other than that, yeah, it's just a matter of, is something weak to this very particular color of number? There's red number and blue number and green number, and that's all it is. There's just nothing to it. Okay. Next step, murder these gentlemen. Because they're here. Ooh, 2 hits that time. Oh, I'm so cool. 3 hits. See, he was in the middle of an attack animation, so he took less damage. I think that's how it's working. That island looks like there's nothing there. And they place that item on a corpse so that you will specifically try to go over there and get it. But if you do that, you will quickly find that there are shit tons of archers that are Romulan cloaking themselves, somehow, that are on the island just pointing their Berettas at you, ready to blow your head off. And you might say to yourself, Eli, that's cheap. That they just put a bunch of invisible enemies there that can hit you from across the map? Yeah. Yeah, it is. Okay, but if you get close enough, you can see them. You just have to approach them from a different angle. Also, some of them do not shoot the magical arrows, they only shoot normal arrows. Why? I don't know. I don't fucking know. I guess they were like, oh, that would be overpowered, and they would be right. That would be overpowered. Oh, he did. Oh, it was probably nothing. Okay, I was going to try to get rid of him, but let's get rid of you first. Please don't shoot me in the back. He shot me in the back. That's what I was trying to avoid. Haha, you didn't think I was here? Yeah, I knew you were there. You're just placed in a very awkward way that I couldn't quite get around. Because FromSoft is more concerned about trying to make things difficult than it is trying to make things fun or engaging. Okay, anyone else? No? Good. Good. So yeah, colored number, bad. This is one of the reasons why I'm so obsessed with the idea of having utility in your systems. Like having cold do absolutely nothing, have it provide no numerical bonus at all. By the way, we've let 2 additional fires so far. And again, there are 8 in total, I believe. Be completely the same numerically, except it just does something different. And if there's any distinction at all, then just giving yourself an element will lower your base damage in some way. Whereas going raw provides no benefits, but it provides more damage. But even that, I don't quite like. Because then, if you're not careful, people will just be like, well, just use raw and nothing else. Because you're going to get reduced damage either way, and the utility benefits are not that good in the first place. Golden Rune 4. So that's something to avoid. What the fuck? Oh, that guy was scripted to be an asshole. I just came from the wrong direction. Wow, how embarrassing for you. Wow, that's so transparent. Can you believe that? Like, that guy is that guy specifically is made for you to go this way, and then he leaps out in a Miyazaki-esque moment of subverting the player's expectations to get some cheap-ass damage in. But because I came from the other direction, that it completely lifted the veil and made it super obvious that he's not really an enemy. He's just an asshole. He's a rubber band asshole that gets fired no matter how close you get to him. Does that embarrass you, Miyazaki? Of course it doesn't. You have no shame. Ah, man, I love killing things that can't fight back. Whenever you attack things from behind in a FromSoft game is just the best. As the games go on, it almost feels like you're getting away with something. Because so many of the enemies are just like, there he is, fuck him! And then they, like, fling their hands and, like, 500 wolves appear and they all start circling you like a tornado. Then Bloodborne enemies fall out of the sky. And they have, like, purple dildos and they just beat the shit out of you. So whenever you're like, oh, there's a guy and his back is turned, and you walk up and you hit him in the back and there's no trap, it feels really good. It just doesn't happen very often. Squiddy boy, what are you doing? Trying to be an asshole? I don't like these land squids because of that. This shit. Anytime an enemy that just loses its mind and just starts flailing around, there's no logic to what they're doing. They're just big. They kind of just stop being an enemy. Because there's not really a solution to dealing with them other than just leave them. Just leave the area until they calm down. Because until you do that, they're basically invincible. Or at least they're invincible in the sense that you will take damage in the process of fighting them. But we've been over that, haven't we? Okay. Really, other than the archer guys in this area is not too bad. It's just mainly those archer dudes. Like, they are so bad that it actually ruins most of this area if you're going through here for the first time, especially with no context. That dude also was scripted. You're meant to go for that item. Did you see that? You're meant to go for that item that he's right next to, and he flings himself from behind this tree to attack you. But because I was not in that particular alignment, he just rubber bands into nothing, which makes no sense. Oh, it's just so obvious. The fact that they just rubber band like that into the open. Motherfucker. Couldn't get out of it. The fact that they just rubber band like that into a general direction because they're made to be annoying ends up annoying me. What an asshole. This is so fucking trolly. Because you can tell that they don't care about it being fair or it being like there's no solution. If you don't see the guy, then you don't see the guy. Like, that's my problem with it. If you come from the area that you're probably going to come from 90% of the time, then you just get fucked for no reason. You didn't deserve it. It's just FromSoft being like, that. They're just being trolly. There's no point to it. It's just them trying to trick you into taking damage. Octopus head, what the fuck? Must be like the pumpkin head things to something that I haven't picked up yet. Let's read that after we're done massacring these babies. Ah, it feels good to kill those babies. Love killing babies. Okay, octopus head. A land octopus. Whelp. Worn directly. Ew. Gross, don't wear it. Has a lingering warmth reminiscent of human skin. Ew. These things better not have used to been people or something gross. Those who withstand the smell will find its organic elasticity excellent for negating strikes. Well, that's just great. You know what? You could wear a normal helmet, or just put like a burlap bag over your head, and then do that. You don't have to actually put your head around it. You could also, like, clean it first. You don't have to be so gross. Because, like, dude. I mean, dude. Really? This item. What was so great about this item that it deserved... Look at this. Like, if you... This is what's supposed to happen. You go through this area... And you're like, ooh, item. Maybe you can see, like, a little bit of its tentacles or something. Maybe that's the logic. You're like, ooh, thing. Or even if you're going from, like, this direction. Ooh, item. Face full of squid. For a single golden rune number 4. Amazing. Okay, this is going to be a big conversation point, so I need to try to make sure that I... Yes, okay. I was trying to remember exactly what it was that I was going to talk about today. Let me try to focus and get a little bit more done in this area before we proceed with that thought, though. Alright. Let's try to avoid getting hit by this dude. Gold pickled foulfoot. Alright, good. I'll remember to come back here, but I wanted to check and see if there was actually anything over here first. Also, you. Because glovewort actually is important, and those do not grow back, so they are not farmable. So picking those up is actually pretty essential. Okay, this area. You see there's an item up there? That's where the merchant is. But other than that, this area, I don't think it actually serves any point. I would love to get rid of this stupid thing first, though. Man, this lock-on system. I'm glad that people have commented that the lock-on system in this game... Really? Even that was too far? That the lock-on system in this game is not good. It really is not. I wonder what that does. Not much, not much. You know, this actually is sort of low cost. Actually, let me switch to this so I can get a little bit of my FP back. I don't think it's gonna matter. Really not a big fan of them doing this little shaky dance, because it takes them a long time to stop, and the only way of countering it is to just run up and hit them, or pull out a bow or something and just... I don't know. FromSoft is a little bit too preoccupied with having ranged attacks in this one. I definitely appreciate the logic of the games in general, being that there needs to be... Stop that. There needs to be, solutions. I can't see... There we go. Yeah, there we are. That, not every situation calls for... Like in Demons in Dark, this is more true, and it's been... Even in Dark Souls 1, they were sort of losing the thread of this logic. But in Demons, it was the most prevalent. Like, Demons, you are supposed to be some guy using every single resource that you have access to arduously get through an area. And it was really supposed to be more of like an adventure game in that sense. In a very vague sense, anyways. But as time has gone on, they have become more like character action light sort of games. Damn, those things. Okay. So the logic of having to utilize items and such has sort of been lost over time. But trying to turn every single situation into this, no, you have to use ranged attacks, I really don't care for. Especially since this game is so magic-focused in the first place. Which I do have access to magic, obviously, which I'm not really using too much. It's just sort of dissatisfying. I guess because the core gameplay loop of it being more of a melee-focused game is the part that's satisfying, because, like, mechanically, the Souls games have never been deep at all. You have just your R1, R2. You can backstep, and there might be, like, a different attack on your backstep, or your roll, or something like that. And most of the time, there weren't. Like, in a lot of the earlier games, there was just your R1 and R2, and that was it. And even things like a rapier or something, if you do a running attack, or like a disarm or something, and you do like a backstep, like a forward block. Wait, what am I doing? That was actually a disadvantage because the attack animation was just not very good in the first place. Actually, I could probably just show it. Let's see, where's a good example? Yeah, rapier, here we go. You guys might actually not know this, but if you remember, in the prior games there was a guard break mechanic where if you hit forward and R1, which obviously does not work here, then you would do like, for most weapons you would do either a kick in Dark Souls 1, or you would do like a guard break move where you sort of like lunge forward and backhand a target in Dark Souls 2, and it went back to being a kick in Dark Souls 3, and being sort of useless in Dark Souls 3. But things like a rapier, you would do like a back attack. You can actually still do those with things like a rapier, or anything that had them in the prior games. But I think it is, you have to hold down your R2, and that's your standard R2 right here. But you have to, midway through the R2, like cancel by doing a back step, I think it is. Yeah, here we go. And that's the way that you do the old sort of disengage attacks. Otherwise, it'll just do standard R2. And several different weapons can do that. Let's see if I have an S stock. Pretty sure I have the S stock. Oh yeah, that's right. It's still in this class. I don't know why I thought it wasn't. Yeah, standard R2. That's the standard R2. R2 cancel. No, actually, the animation on that is different. Yeah, they changed it. It used to be a sort of a double swipe, and now it's just one swipe. That's interesting. It's actually worse. But as I've been over before, backstep in these games has always been woefully underutilized. They're a little bit too obsessed with dodge rolling, to the design detriment of these games. Like, these days, backstepping does sort of work, but you have to do it twice. Because enemy attacks have gotten to where they're just so huge and so fast that you need the extra distance or you absolutely will be hit. And even if you use two of them in a row, it's pretty common to still be hit by them. Especially since most of your backsteps will carry you forward, and you'll get hit in the process of trying to do the animation. So, backstepping, not really much of a thing in the modern games. I don't know why they even bother including backstepping, honestly. It's obvious that they don't put any thought into it. Alright, this is what I want right here. Whoa, calm down. Wow, lost a lot of frames just then. Alright, I can't remember what I was talking about, wasn't important. Golden Ring 3. And this will be your... I was holding out because we're about to get to the merchant. And I don't think there's anything over here. Check just in case. Is it an item over there? What the hell? Oh no, this... it's one of the little floaty things in the air that are supposed to look like stars. Some people were saying that it was something that had something to do with the roots, but no, it's just stuff in the atmosphere. I don't know what it is, but you can clearly see that it's actually all around us. Like, it's clearly where we have already ridden through before. We just can't really see it when we're right up against it for whatever reason. Maybe the game will explain to us over sometime later what this stuff is, but I don't know what it is yet. Because I'm stupid. I'm ignorant. Okay, I cleared out those plants first so that I won't have to be attacked by them. Because unfortunately, you can't get to this merchant. I'm not quite sure what this area is. Maybe this is supposed to be the merchant's stuff? I don't know. Obviously the little lanterns is obviously a campsite of some sort. But if you drop down here, this is where he is. In this room of fallen pillars. Why are there so many pillars in this tiny little room? This room makes no sense. Maybe it's some sort of service hallway. For service elevator. For a bigger room. I have no idea. A lot of Elden Ring locations just make no sense. Like, they sort of vaguely make sense, but... Like, what... This supposedly is like a foundation area for a larger structure that we're under, but... I could not even begin to guesstimate as to what exactly it involves. This guy does not have a horsey for him to run away on if you attack him. This guy is attacking him. What an asshole. Okay. He does have a little bitty thing for him to sleep in, though, so apparently he's here to stay. Where'd you get all these leaves from? Yeah, he probably collected them over a long period of time. Actually, how did you... Why do you... There's no rain. Why exactly do you need a shelter like this? Answer my question, merchant. Why do you have a tent shelter to shelter you from rain that will never happen underground in a cave? In a cave, inside of a room supported by mighty columns that itself has a roof. He probably has a good reason. Also, he's sitting next to a fire that does not have a fire. It's not even lit. I don't know.
Oh, a customer.
Maybe he's insane. Like me. Okay. Nomadic Warriors Cookbook number 17. There we are! There it is! We got it! Oil pot. Now I can oil up Alexander's big bulbous body. Rubbing down with oil popping right out of his big hole. Sorry. But we can do that. Let's go ahead and get that. Dappled cured meat. White cured meat. Shotel. Curved sword with severely hooked blade. Its attacks can slip through an enemy's guard. That used to be true. I don't know if that's still true. It doesn't really matter because shields are not really much of a thing in the games anymore. They sort of are sometimes. But usually in the circumstances where they are a thing, they're going to be such a thing that trying to attack someone with a shield up is not going to do you any favors. So why this continues to be a thing, I don't know. FromSoft game, the more I think about it, the more I realize FromSoft games have gotten to where they are trying... Like, they change so little about their core design without thinking about it that it's actually getting to where there are so many leftover artifact systems that it's actually, like, kind of harming their overall product because, like, the Shotel's not that big of a deal, but there's just so many little like, shields are a good example, just because it's gotten to where they sort of work, but most of the time they just don't. And they're not doing a very good job of unifying all those things. They're just, like, stacking more and more systems on top of existing systems in an effort to try to band-aid problems that they keep creating because they're trying to preserve systems without outright just removing them for entirely new experiences that they clearly don't care about anymore. Like, they obviously want to make character action-like games, but they also realize that a lot of people don't like those games, but that's what they want to make. And a lot of people do like them. So they're trying to please everyone at the same time, but they can't do that because a lot of these systems just don't work anymore. That's what I'm getting at. Anyways. Made to hunt down humans. But that's us. This weapon requires high dexterity, wielded effectively. Okay. Let's read the description of dwelling arrows. Arrow in which the spirits of small animals are thought to dwell. So when you shoot these, you're shooting baby bunnies. Deals magic damage. Used by the Master Hunters and Ancestral Followers. Okay. This guy, for some reason, is selling a single larval tier. You can... I think that you can farm them down here. So maybe he just found one. I guess this is supposed to be an indication that they're just sort of in the area. Perhaps. Nascent Butterfly and Arcane Butterfly with translucent wings. We were finding some of these earlier. I don't remember if I picked them up or not. Material used for crafting items, exceedingly rare to find. This butterfly appears as if it's just emerged from its cocoon for its entire life. Yeah, I think I read this once before, and I got confused. Soap. Just soap. It's just soap. A plant-based soap. I don't know if that's a thing. Is that a thing? I'm gonna look that up. Is he really gonna look up soap? Yeah, he is. He is. Soap made from plants. Because usually, not plants. Plants. Because soap is usually just made from, like, fat and shit like that. Yep, 7 plants that can be used as soap. Look at that. The crushed roots of soapweed, yucca, produces a lather that makes a good soap or shampoo. Yeah, makes sense. If you didn't know, soap actually works... Like, soap doesn't actually clean your body at all. In fact, if it does anything, it actually harms your skin. But what soap does do is your body on its own makes a fine oil. You could probably feel it on your body. Some of you more than others. Some of you have dry skin. Some of you have wet skin. But your body secretes an oil, and that is there to catch stuff like dirt, to prevent it from actually damaging your skin. And whenever you use soap, what's actually happening is that soap is breaking down the chemical bonds that hold that oil together, which allows water to wash it away. And that's all that soap does. It doesn't clean you at all. So if you actually bathe or shower constantly and use lots and lots of soap every time, you're actually making your body way filthier because you're preventing your body from building up enough oil so that it can actually prevent you from, accumulating dirt. So you're actually much nastier than someone that does not shower on a regular basis. Depending on the frequency, of course. So, just helpful little Eli fact of the day. Although I'm sure the research actually found Eli, you do it every day, so I'm doing my thing again. But if there is research that shows to the contrary, feel free to share it. Learning makes you a better person. Sometimes. Usually. I was trying to think of some circumstance where learning something makes you an asshole. I couldn't think of one, but there might be one. General life tip. So, plant-based soap made mushroom juice. I don't know about mushrooms. I don't know if you can make soap from mushrooms, but in this universe it knows. Cleans off filth and other accumulations on the body, while also slightly reducing poison buildup. Ooh, slightly reducing poison. I better make lots of that. Filth covering the exterior usually seeps inside. What? Soiling one's very spirit. That's not true. If you get dirty in that, if you trek in mud, it'll soil your very soul. Shut up. Whatever, I'll buy all of them. Not like I need them or anything. I need them. Need all of it. I keep these around for a good reason. Love having these things. Makes me feel like a badass. I don't know. How much do I actually need to buy out of stupid inventory? I don't just sell most of this garbage. Don't sell all of it. I need one of each. Because I'm a special boy, special needs. Oh, that's way more than I probably need. I'll do it anyways. Excuse me. Buy that, and buy all these. Yeah, that's about how much I started with. And I think I bought... No, I didn't. I thought I had more arrows than that. I'll go ahead and buy a lot of them. Just for the hell of it. And bolts are already... Yeah, bolts are still maxed out. I did try to get rid of some of my bolts earlier, but I'm like... It just... Even with the sniper one, using a crossbow just really isn't not that effective.
Goodbye. Till next time.
He's probably worried that I'm going to murder him. But I won't. Or will I? No, I won't. Okay. I'm sure that there's probably a video somewhere. It's like, did you know that the song that the merchants play is actually a real song? And actually it dates back to like ancient Samaria, and is actually a reference that makes it clear that these guys are actually from the land of I don't know. There's probably something. You guys can do that research if you want. I'm not that married to Elden Ring. I'm pretty much assured that I will never make another Elden Ring LP, to be quite honest. You guys better be glad that I started one as a blind LP, because I'm pretty sure that if I just played this on my own, I would reach the conclusion of, yeah, I ain't doing that shit. I got better things I need to be doing. Because doing this LP, I'm glad that you guys have been enjoying it. The amount of money that I'm making on Patreon has not gone up. The amount of money that I'm making on Twitch has gone way down. I am not making any income whatsoever off of YouTube, because I don't monetize on YouTube. So this has been a straight up detriment to me in every single way. Doing this LP does not benefit me at all, beyond it just being sort of nice to do. And I'm not absolutely obsessed with money. I need it rather desperately, but I am not obsessed with it. So that's really the only reason why I'm doing it. So be glad I'm doing it now, because this shit ain't happening again. Because why would it? Ah, bastard. You can't let them get started, because then they start doing this shit, and they're not going to stop. I'm pretty sure there's more invisible nasty men around here somewhere. Yep. Wow, that's nice. Just spawns in doing an attack. Fucking Miyazaki. You fucking hack. You don't like big ol' R2s, do you? You don't like big, meaty, aerial R2s. Too bad for you, mister. Okay. There we go. Here's another one. Now, thankfully, I'm so glad this area is more or less like a... sort of just a big, wide alley. Because most of these torches are just like there's one right across the way. You can almost see one on the other side of another one. Just, it's fairly simple. Look at that. Look at this amazing hitbox technology. I've never felt safer. Oh. Let's avoid Big Crab Man, because he angry. No, I know you're very angry for no particular reason. Let's get this before I start talking about anything else. Alright, we're finally at a point where I can actually concentrate. In theory. Okay. Now, where was I stopping my train of thought? Yes, I was talking about fire, damage over time, statuses. You guys get the idea. Don't like things being focused on damage, because if they're just focused on damage, people will find whatever does the most damage, and then that's what everyone uses. Which is the problem with bleed weapons right now. Like, I'm using a bleed weapon currently. Why am I using bleed weapon? Because there are many enemies that just have shit tons of health, and there's absolutely no way in the game to deal with that other than bleed or stacking ridiculous amounts of buffs, which I've talked about before. But I was actually watching a video today of showing off how this game, Elden Ring, has what essentially amounts to 4 different kinds of buffs in the game. There's like weapon buffs, aura buffs, and body buffs. And also very particular, like a subcategory like miscellaneous style buffs. And the game does not actually point this out ever. It doesn't really categorize anything like that. You just sort of have to just know that that stuff exists via testing. And by testing, I mean just watching YouTube videos of other people that have more time on their hands than you do. Because FromSoft. But anyways, if you use a bunch of items and buffs on yourself of varying kinds, I think that the number that the guy reached was you can actually increase your damage by 615%. So you can go from doing something like 350 damage to something to upwards of like 10,000 damage with one swing. Because that's the kind of game that Elden Ring is. It's so weird. It's like they have all these things where it's like you have to play perfectly versus this enemy. Like you have to learn its patterns, you have to play like a character action game, you have to roll at the very correct times, you're probably encouraged to parry at very specific times. But at the same time, they also are like, or you know what, just fuck it, just eat a bunch of items, equip 4 weapons to your item bar, double hand your offhand, use that buff, switch to your other hand, use that buff, switch to this hand, switch to the other hand, use this thing's buff on your weapon, switch back to your casting thing, use the casting buff on your weapon, eat the following 3 items, walk forward, engage the boss, it runs at you, dodge once, hit it once, it dies. Like, they do that too. I have no idea what FromSoft is thinking anymore. The logic of these games is just all over the place. Sorry to interrupt your dance routine. We're getting close to Stupid Town, and you can tell because they're doing this shit again. This is also the walk that you do whenever you need to go pee, and you're not quite close enough to the bathroom, but you still don't want to draw any attention to the fact that you do need to go pee. I wonder what they're doing that to. Because I think that we've run into these guys doing their dumb little dance, except they were looking out at nothing. And these guys are clearly looking towards the city, sort of. Like, this guy is not actually looking there, he's more looking over there. Yeah, that's probably, who cares? Oh, it feels good to do a charge star 2 right in your face. Big idiot. Big dumb idiot. Alright, so that's that. I'm going to finalize that part of the discussion by saying number bad. The main reason why I don't like focusing on damage values, because it leads to nothing but misfortune for everyone. I wouldn't call it bad design straight up, but it's not great design. If you're going to focus entirely on number values, then you better accept the fact that people will eventually perfect whatever numbers that you're using, and they will just end up playing all exactly the same way. There will invariably be a best way of approaching the game, and people will just focus on that and nothing else. Which sort of invalidates most of your content. So if you want to design that way, you go right on ahead. I know it's much easier because numbers, but not the best solution. Okay, square off. Skill starts with the sword held level, follow up with normal attack, slash upwards, enemy guard. I don't know why this is down here. Square off is another one of those basic sort of Dark Souls 3 weapon arts that don't really do anything. They're very, very, very mildly useful. Not really worth using, though, in most cases, I would say. Especially not when there's so many Ashes of War that are straight up overpowered, or at least are just better in every way. Here's more of these idiots. This is the thing, you can actually just light this right under their nose, which I will demonstrate by doing so. Now these guys are just looking out into nothing. So, what they're doing their dumb little dance to, I don't know. But they're doing it with their little rat buddies. Rat buddies don't feel like dancing, but they still want to participate. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool, little rat guys. Like, you don't have to dance, but, you know, just hanging out with your buds, that's cool too. I will kill you if you look at me, though. I will absolutely destroy you. I hear the sound of a naughty bug. A scarab, if you will. But unfortunately, I also hear the sound of annoying archermen. Aha, here they are. Yep. So even though I can't see them, and they clearly cannot see me, they magically know where I am and will just start firing arrows because Miyazaki is a dickhead. I mean, because, like, magic and their proximity to Moog, the Lord of Blood, or something. No, it's because Miyazaki's a dickhead. Alright. Come to me, my sweet. Come! Come to Butthead. And you. Thank you, rats, for not doing your cheap bitch move where you hit me with your head with like a 5-frame attack. I actually do really appreciate that. Okay, have they lost vision of me? Sort of. If I even remotely come within sight of them, they will start firing, though, okay? Alright. Now, if you try to attack these guys conventionally, I don't know why I bother bringing 4... I complain about damage and using up resources all the time, but I never use them. It's one of the reasons why I would much prefer to have enemies in the game deal way less damage than they're doing now. Like a quarter less damage, but have a quarter fewer flasks. I would have no problem with that. I would much, much prefer it. Because then it would be a game more about resources. But anyways, I could just use up all my flasks, but why do that when I can very, very carefully, over a long period of time, kill things using very, very careful use of resources that regenerate. That's my favorite way of playing. Love doing that. I was talking about how demons, you're more encouraged to like farm stuff and just accumulate things over time, and you have to like ration them out and choose when to use them, and it's more of that game. I don't really like that. I was complaining about the modern games being too focused in the other direction, but it is a scale. You know, it's not just a straight up binary thing where one is better than the other. You can do things right or wrong. Let's try the... Get over here. Dick. Oh, I'm sorry. Could you not get it off in time? Oh, poor baby. Couldn't use this cheap little bitch move on me the whole time. It never worked. Oh, poor sweet thing. I'll help you clean up your tears later, little bitch. I don't like those archers. I don't much care for them. Okay, no, I have to go that way anyways. Let's tag this first, then. Yes, let's do this first. Because I gotta get this little Gracie here. Okay. Also note that I have not sat at any bonfires. I've just cleared out every enemy, trying to use as few resources as possible. Ah, I love playing this. I like playing this way. Like I said, this area is not too bad as long as you know it. Originally, whenever I came down here, I was like, this place fucking sucks. And it really does. It sucks really bad the first time you go through it. Which is why I'm glad that I'm not doing like a purely blind playthrough in every way, just some ways. It's saved me a lot of headaches. Clarifying Horn charm. It saved me a lot of sanity. Race's focus. An accoutrement worn by the ancestral followers. Said to be a budding horn, so another one of these things. One of those nasty things that they just grow out of their bodies. The ancestral followers believe that the horns of a long-lived beast continue to bud like antlers, over and over and over again, until the beast one day becomes an ancestral spirit. Yeah. They believe that the horns of a long-lived beast continue to bud like horns. That's the part that got me confused. Like, I know it says horns then antlers, but antlers are horns. So, they believe that the horns of a really old animal will continue to grow like a horn does. You know, I think you guys might be onto something there. So this might be another one of those weird translation errors, which this game is rife with. But either way, I think I get the general idea. That the weird horns that sprout on things' bodies, I think their logic is that even if you get rid of them, they will grow back. And if you allow them to continue to grow, then maybe eventually they sprout and that beast will become an ancestral spirit. Because remember, the actual... What was it? Was it these? Yes. The ancestral followers keep their distance from the Erd Tree, awaiting new buds. They are certain to sprout from their very flesh and indeed their souls. So their goal seems to be to keep their distance from the Erd Tree. I don't know what part of that has... I don't know what the logic is there. But they're trying to grow those little horns on their body, which is, I guess, is why their headdresses also have horns. Because they're like, horns, we love horns. Give me horns, Horn Daddy. And they grow new horns, and then over time, their goal, I guess, is to become these elevated spirit creatures. And maybe that's the reason why they sort of look like them. Like they are also sort of glowy. Because they're going through that process, maybe? I don't really know. That's my best guess. Who knows? Who knows? Use this key. I forget where this goes. A little bit strange that this thing is locked with one of these little imp statues. Because these imp statues, we always see them underground in catacombs. Ever so often we'll see them like in Summon Water Village, or whatever it's called. Yeah, Summon Water Village. Like the area that had all the little turtles in it, there's one above ground there. But for the most part, yeah, they are in the catacombs. The fact that they are also like deep underground is a little bit suspicious. It being in the Eternal City, and the Eternal City being sort of linked with the Night of Black Knives events in a very ambiguous way. Also sort of makes some degree of sense. I don't know. Maybe we'll learn more about that in the future. For the time being, it's just sort of confusing. Let's try not to think about it. How about that? Just don't think about it. That's the solution. Alright. But yes, I agreed with the whole fire thing. Also, I guess I can actually get into it. This is the main topic of discussion I wanted to get into today. But this is a follow-up to my level system idea. And the main criticism, of course, was the criticism that I gave, was that I felt that it was a little bit too confusing, and maybe a little bit too complicated. But then I followed it up and said, it actually isn't that complicated, and I do stick by that. Oh yeah, this is where this goes. And I do stick by that. It's really not that complicated. But it could be better. I'll go ahead and grab this, though. Okay. Also, I will point out that bear over there is a cunt. I fucking hate those things. These rune bears are probably one of the worst enemies in the game. You could add those to the list. Remember how I said all the animals are annoying? And I called them the 4 horses of the apocalypse? I don't know why I still think it's funny. But there's like birds and dogs and rats and birds, dogs, rats, whatever the fourth one is. Bears also are not great. Bears, pretty awful, but they're not really basic enemies. They're more, I guess, treated as being world bosses in a very strange way. But yeah, their main problem is just how incredibly unfair their moves are. Sometimes I can kill those things without ever taking a single hit, just because they just choose to do the right moves. Other times, if they choose to, there's no getting out of them. You're gonna take damage. Anyways, back down we go. Not dealing with that today. Caelid will come later. The Great Jar will come later. There's a time and a place for that kind of bitching. It is not right now. But it shall come. The promised day will come. Alright. Okay, yes, I have my own criticisms of my own system. Part of the design process is improving on those ideas, and I wanted to follow up with that. So for those of you that are like, well, that's not a great system, I really don't like his solution, I agree. I agreed then, and I continue to agree now. And part of any creative process is being able to self-criticize. And even at the time, even though I was like, well, this is not a perfect system, it has its own problems, but I think it's a little bit better, still agree with that, but as said, it can be made better. So let's follow up on that line of discussion. But first, let's get rid of these naughty boys. You fucking asshole. Active hitbox my ass. Chonk on my donk. Whatever that means. Oh, hello, rat. Aha, backstep. You didn't expect that, did you? Maybe you did. You are a rat. You use that too. Oh, god damn it. No, god damn it. They're using the thing I complimented the other ones for not using. God damn it, they're all using it. That cheap-ass bitch move where they bring out an attack right away. God, I hate that move. Especially since you can hit them and they can just use it. You can be in the middle of their combo. They can get caught out. You can hit them once. And before you can even land your second swing and be rewarded by just getting rid of them, they can just use it if they want to. Oh, god damn. See? I was trying to backstep. I hate that shit. It's actually the same exact move that it's always been. Like, it's the same animation. That same headbutt that was in Dark Souls 1. But they made it faster. They made it faster for no reason other than just... It made it more difficult to deal with. They just chose to turn an ordinary move into a bitch move. So rude. Okay. And there's one more little torch thing up here, and I think this might be the last one. Unfortunately, this is also kind of annoying because there's just... You can't sneak up and light this one. Well, you could. You could sneak up, light it, and then run away. On torrent or something. But yeah, this is going to be kind of a pain in the ass. Alright, let's see if we can very arduously handle this problem. How to approach this? I feel like I'm going to attract all these at the same time. Maybe I'll try to do the tail. They're kind of not really clustered together in a very active way. I'll try to do it this way. Okay. That didn't really do what I wanted it to. Great. Thank you, rat. Thank you, single rat, your dumb little shitty move. Love that move. So good. So fucking good. Oh, yeah. Frenzy Burst gets my dick wet. What they're doing there is you can't actually see it on these guys very well, but they're making their horns glow so that they can do their dumb little move where they just rush at you. But those guys are not complete. Well, let's move on. Okay, yes. So, system needs to be revamped. Or actually, the power gathers somewhere and horned remains. That's something funny about that sentence. You seen any horned remains? Well, power is gathering there. that's your tip that there's a boss here. I don't know if we'll actually do it today. I don't know. We haven't seen it, but yes. Now you can go fight him if you want to. So we've lit all 8 of the little torch areas, and we're done. But there's still a little bit more to do in this area. Okay, so let me get my thoughts together first. I agree. I've seen this comment. I agree completely that needing to train... I was talking about the idea of like having to equip a weapon to train up that weapon. Like if you've never used a halberd before, and you're suddenly like, I want to try this new halberd. Because of the leveling thing, you can just go from never using it to being a master, as long as you hit the levels for it, right? So it's like, well, I guess you could, in theory, handle it so that... Get off. You could handle it so that you need to use the weapon for a little bit, and that will dramatically lower the amount of XP that you need to... Oh yeah, it's down here. That will dramatically... Oh yeah, yeah. Have you actually, like here, you have to use torrent to jump up here. It's very strange. I wouldn't recommend trying to get across here on the torrent, though. Yeah, let me concentrate. Whoa, that was close. Stone sword key, there we go. So if you don't have one and you need one for that, there you go. Yeah. It's funny that there actually is... Like, there's this thing here, the elevator that brings you up top to here, and that's the only way of getting to this area. I can get rid of this, actually. Okay. But there's actually only, like, 2, maybe 3 items down here. There's, like, a item here, I forget what it is, but it's something that's almost completely pointless. It's a very basic consumable. And there is a sort of an important talisman for most builds that's here, but that's it. That is it. There's really nothing else going on down that stretch. So it may not even be worth the bother for a lot of you. But for me, the content king, it is. By the way, this is the part that I'm talking about. Right here. Okay, so here's context. This area that we were just in, that's the elevator that I'm talking about, that's the area that we've been doing. We just walked up here. Very shallow area. And you can go up here and get to this little cliff right here. And you can't quite jump all the way up here. That's the area. You have to beat Radon, bring down the sky itself, change the nature of fate in the entire universe. Or you could probably just, like, bring a ladder and just climb up there. But that's it. That's it. That's what you're trying to get up to. Just a little bitty path. And you can almost get up there by jumping on your horse, but not quite. Actually, it may even be possible to do so with Torrent, as far as I know. I've seen people do some kind of crazy jumps, but... Yeah, I don't think so. You might be able to, like, jump on a stray polygon somewhere to get up there, but... I don't think so. Not going to try it. Yep, that's it. It's kind of ridiculous. But that's how FromSoft do. Also, I will point out that there should be a ladder. Or something. Like some rocks to kick down. A shortcut of some sort. There isn't. If you get up there and then accidentally you're like, oh, what's down here? Because you don't remember it. And actually, no, that's the area that you get the teleporter. I'm sorry. I'm completely wrong. Well, I'm sort of wrong. Remember the little teleporter pad that I'm talking about, that I was talking about before? I was like, oh, the area that you get up to that's elevated? That's it. The thing that's right here. You take that one and you go up there. But then, once you get up there, there is, it is slightly higher than this. But not by much. And the whatever you want to call them, columns, these things. There's things like this. We'll have a clearer picture of it once we actually get up there. But there's stuff that looks like this. There's these little columns. And you have to, like, go down those from the Nokron area down here. And that's how those areas link together. We'll see it later. But point being, there should be like a ladder or something right there. There should always be some sort of shortcut that once you get to a later area, then you can go back and forth. You know, just as a courtesy. There's no reason not to do that. There really is just no reason for it to be that way. Just like there's no reason for me to kill that poor little animal. Just do it for the fun of it. Okay. Also, I'm going to rely on you guys in the comments section for this part, because I'm still not sure what exactly this is. But you can also ride through in the other direction into this cave area. And there is one item down here. A single rune arc. And there is a nobleman corpse down here. Which I don't know if that means anything, because there's just so many noble corpses everywhere. But sometimes I've seen messages down here that are a little bit more cryptic than I'm used to. And I only see one down here right now. It's that one right there. I don't think I can... No, I can reach it. Didn't expect... Yeah, it's just nothing. But yeah, if there is anything else in this cave... Because this cave is a little bit suspicious to me. If there's anything else in this cave, let me know. If it's a spoiler for some bizarre reason, let me know that it's a spoiler. But it's just very odd that they went out of their way to put this cave behind a waterfall, and there's just nothing in here at all. Except for just some random-ass noble corpse, which means nothing, and a single rune arc. I mean, how many rune arcs do I have? I have 99 and 186 of them in the bank. So, yeah, that's it. That's all that's in this area. I'm going to ride back to that teleporter, and then we'll go up top. And then after that, I guess we can beat the boss of this area, and then we'll be done for the time being. How about that? It would be a nice, productive day. Okay, but in the meantime, let me crack my neck. Ooh. I agree that trying to train things disincentivizes trying new things. Because my whole logic was maybe you could do that and get around that whole leveling problem. But then other people were like, well, yeah, but a lot of people would just ignore that system entirely and be like, okay, I'll just only use swords. Because that's what I'm used to. They'll just see that big number of, oh, it takes shit tons of... I forget what this even goes. I think this leads back in front of the boss, actually. If I remember correctly. So I'm not going to use that one. People will just say, oh, that takes a lot of experience to level, and they'll just never try. They won't even put 2 and 2 together as far as, oh, it decreased for some reason whenever I tried a new weapon. Summoning pool. Just saw it. Forgot this was here. I never pointed it out, but the summoning pools are just crucified dudes. It looks exactly like the little crucifixion stakes that you see out in the open world. And also even the little dudes that are on this have the same missing foot. Or the same missing feet. Like, they always have these really gangly skeletal legs that are, like, scorched and one of their feet are missing. And I think even the other foot is sort of shrunken or it's, like, half burnt off or something. Looks exactly like it. Very strange. Has a little bitty ankle, too. A little bitty heel. A little bitty heely. Won't be able to wear 2 high-heeled shoes ever again. Yeah, I just wanted to point that out. Okay, so, yes to that. This is the reason why I don't ride around and talk at the same time. It gets very difficult trying to concentrate on too many things at once. The reason why I have not sat in anything is because I wanted to be able to make sure that I could use this without being Ganglethorped by all those nasty men. Okay, but this is the teleporter. Let's go there now. Whee! Up we go. Also, there is a nasty man up here. There's a very nasty man up here, unfortunately. Okay, but before we deal with nasty man, let me concentrate on what I was saying. yes, having a system like that does disincentivize people from trying new things. You would end up with the problem of someone running around with the basic assault rifle that you give them at the first of the game because they just don't want to try anything new. Lots of people are like that. You give them a longsword, they're going to use that longsword until the day that they die. They will never use anything else unless you rip it out of their hands and give them something else. And whatever you gave them, that's the thing they're going to use till the day they die. They just don't think about it. Also, I didn't like the idea of the ceiling thing in the first place just because it is a little bit too complicated. It's not that complicated, but you could make it better. And I have also mentioned in a completely unrelated group of discussions that I don't really like the upgrade system in these games, like having to upgrade things with stones and whatnot. And I also, because, like, for example, I have Halo Scythe +4, Wing Scythe +4, but I have a +0 Grave Scythe and a +0 Scythe. So if I just wanted to try those, I would have to go through this extended farming process for really no reason. Like, it's not like I'm overpowered by having... Like, I already have 2 individual scythes that are completely upgraded as far as I can get them at the moment, or I'm willing to upgrade them. So the idea of, oh, he would be overpowered if he could do that, no, I wouldn't. What, can I use 3 of them at the same time now? Am I fucking Zorro? Am I putting one on my butt cheeks? Like, what are you talking about? There's no benefit to that at all. So the moment that I have enough resources to upgrade 2 of a weapon in one class, using whatever logic you can construct in this game, because you can dual-wield weapons. Like, sure, you can, I guess, equip, like, 4 weapons, or maybe even 6 weapons. Like, who's gonna run around with 6 scythes? Is it really overpowered, or is it just stupid? Well, there's no logic to it. Anyways, my idea was just upgrade the weapon class, and that solves that problem. Instead of upgrading the individual weapons, just upgrade the weapon class so that you can try anything within that class. You're still focusing on one thing that makes it unique to your character, which is what they seemingly want. You're still using the same amount of resources, because if you're going to use one great sword, you're probably going to use whatever great sword that you like. And really the only distinction, usually people will use... like, take the, like the swords here, for example. The curved greatswords. That's a good example. There's some later that I will get. But in my case, this is a perfect example for this playthrough. I was using the Bloodhound's Fang. Bloodhound's Fang, you can't change its weapon art at all. So I will never get faith scaling on it. And my faith is at 80 right now. So I had this at +2 because at the very, 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 very beginning of the game, this was just the best weapon that I had access to that would have okay scaling for what I was doing at the time. And whenever I upgraded it to +2, I knew I will not be using this weapon for very long, but it is there. And so whenever I had the chance, I upgraded a Dismounter and an Omen Cleaver. Right? And these obviously are a higher upgrade level than this Bloodhound's Fang. Even though I'm not using them at the moment. There are times where you upgrade something very early because you don't have access to the good shit. And then whenever you get the good shit, then yes, you will double dip into that weapon class. But that's pretty much the only time that's ever going to come up. And there are even times where you'll have to triple dip into it. Time for crab. Yes, it is. So I will come across another weapon later on. That's another curved greatsword. And maybe it's even better than the other ones. Waterfall. And then I'll have to triple dip into it. What's this? Slumbering egg. Why were you walking around with that poor owl's egg? It's none of your business. But that's the one time I can think of where that actually comes up. And it's really not that big of a deal. And you could even alter the scaling so that, like, it escalates over time. There's so many ways of doing it. It just doesn't matter. Just upgrade the weapon class. Perfect solution to that problem. Problem goes away. No new problems are created. So that, like, that part of it, the whole problem of needing to train individual weapon classes goes away from my initial thing by just incorporating my earlier idea of just upgrading the weapon classes. Now the whole ceiling problem goes away completely because we don't even need it. Completely pointless. Okay, I really wish there was a summoning pool right there. There's the naughty man, by the way. I forget what that thing is called, like a dragon skin or something. I don't remember. But he's nasty. We don't care for him. He's not our friend. But now we do this. This does magic. That doesn't look like a... That doesn't look like a weapon art. It just looks like magic. Kind of strange. Maybe you're meant to use magic here. Guess I could. I wonder what works on these guys. Never really tried anything. Not that, really. I don't have anything else that works like that. They're slowly gaining on me. Watch out! Yeah, I could use this. These guys are kind of nice because they will sort of gather together. Man, they can really... They take a lot of points. It's not a big deal. Pretty impressive. How about basic ass... Excuse me, I'm looking at my very long list of spells because the spell system in this game sucks. Sir. Or ma'am. Oh, by the way, another thing someone mentioned. One of the little item descriptions of their harpoon was that they... No, it was in the Arcane Bubble thing. Is that they were looking for oracles in their bubbles. Supposedly, oracle can, in addition to meaning an actual oracle, like a prophet, can also mean a prophecy. And this is another case of the translation team trying to seem mysterious and vague and really old folksy by using extremely archaic uses of a word. Which is not doing them any favors. It just creates needless confusion for really no reason. You guys, can you get together all in the same place? I would appreciate it. Because I would like to do a fun little thing where I hit you all with one spell. And that would be really cool. There we go. If you circle, then that tends to pile things together a little bit better. That's probably not going to hit all of them. That's good enough. Are you fucking kidding me? That barely caught me. Christ. Wow, that did nothing. Flame of Frenzy. Oh my god. Here, just one more. Yeah, I'm not much caring for that. Wow. That actually did not hit me. Like, you could actually see the fact that it didn't hit me. But the hitbox extends just long enough. Alright, stop staggering your attacks. Otherwise I can't actually hit you. I'm also kind of tired of seeing this. I know I'm doing it, but this is just part of Dark Souls now. Like having the lunge forward, do one attack, roll away. I feel like that has become so common in the combat of these games. Just because so many of the enemies are like that now. Where if you hit them, they just immediately counterattack. So it's become extremely commonplace that you just kind of face-fuck your way through them. Wow, I gained back all of... Why are you here? Maybe this has to be a weapon art. It makes no sense otherwise. Are you like an exploding one or something? No? Oh, wait, it was. Great. Alright. Okay. If you say so. Wait, what did it say? Launches a large magic... That's so threatening. Launches a large magic bubble. Sorcery of the Clayman, who served as priests... Oh, this one says priests! An ancient dynasty. No. This is the same thing. Produces a gigantic magical... Why do they choose to use... Oh, I don't know. The localization is so weird in this game. Produces a gigantic magical bubble that drifts forward towards foes before it naturally ruptures. Charge increases delay before the bubble pops. The Claymen search for lost oracles, prophecies, within their bubbles. Or people are presuming that that means prophecies. Either way, I'm not really that concerned. Also, something I have not pointed out is that Briars of Sin, and I think another spell that I get later, do not require intelligence at all. They require faith. So this, Briars of Sin, is actually an incantation, except it forces the additional annoyance of using not only a seal, but having to use a staff that scales with faith in some way. Or not at all. I don't even know if a staff even scales with faith. I haven't gotten it yet. But there's maybe something like this that scales with dex or strength. I don't know. I don't know what the best option would be. But there's also a meteorite staff, I think, that has S scaling and intelligence at least, but you can't upgrade it. Which is like the best staff for most of the game. Because of the fact that it automatically scales. Maybe that would work? I doubt it, but I'm not sure what exactly the logic is, but either way, you have to use a staff in order to use that incantation. I have no idea why they chose to do that. They just made 2 spells into incantations. It annoys people that are sorcerers because they can't use it, and it annoys me, a faith user, because then I have to use a completely different implement just to use the damn thing. And I never see people talking about it, so it probably isn't that good anyways. Just another one of those delightful FromSoftisms. Why do they make it needlessly complicated? No reason. They just like being what they are. Okay. And then there's another one of these little guys that will give you more healing. I think what it is that they understood that you might get here after having explored the map down there, and they're not providing you with a waypoint up here. Why, I don't know. They should. There's no exploit to having one up here. Like there should be one like right here where I am right now. Or even like right there. Like instead of this little ball being there should just be a point of grace, and there should be a summoning pool, and then that's it. Anyways, they probably knew that people wouldn't have enough resources, so that's the reason why there's an additional magic little ball back there, magic scarab, in addition to this health one up here. Sort of a just in case you didn't have enough resources before you want to tangle with that guy over there. They really should have just had a point of grace. Okay. Let me try to keep on track. Yes. Okay. Another problem I have with the system that I proposed, with the whole ceiling thing, gosh, there's so many of you, is that the whole point of sort of dividing... This also goes hand in hand with my sort of criticisms of the stat systems in these games is... Let me focus for a moment. Pick it up. Golden Rune 7, nothing important. And for some reason you can summon here. Very strange. Makes me think I'm about to be attacked, but there's nothing here. Oh, now there's a little bit of something. Or not. What the fuck? Get off the horse. I can go here on foot, but I can't go on horseback. Must be something important? No, it's not. Well, Dragon Wound Grease. I guess this is something that you use on your weapon when you're fighting that thing over there, if it counts as being a dragon. Hello, guys. Not gonna be here long, don't mind me. Come back. No. Ah, shit. Ah, fuck. He's leaving. He's gone. He'll never come back here. There's nothing back here. It's just the grease. We had it here the whole time, and he found it immediately. God damn it. God fucking... Yeah, I'm not gonna go near him right now. Let me grab this. I think there's like one more item that's over here, maybe? And then the only thing that's left is the big nasty man. Nasty boys. Makes me feel so good. Yeah, it's just that. Okay. FromSoft getting kind of lazy with the way that they lay things out, too. Like, there should be something back here that's worth more of an effort exploring, but it's just that one little plant. Other than that, it's just a completely empty, just nothing area. There's a lot of those in this game. Okay, well, here we are. I'm not going to start fighting him just yet, though. Because I will die several times, I'm sure, because he's not exactly the most fair of enemies. He could be much worse. He's not the most fair. Okay, let me try to get this entire discussion out before I start engaging with this bullshit and get myself too angry to think straight. Okay, I wrote all this shit down. Let me just go over my notepad. I'm having a hard time reading it. Alright, having the train stats disincentivizes trying new things. Upgrading weapons via just upgrading the whole class kind of gets rid of that problem of them needing to be stats. The main issue with switching playstyles, in other words, like re-rolling your character. Like my guy is a Faith character. If I wanted him to be an 80 strength guy, for some reason in Elden Ring, then I would go use the re-roll future at Renala, and then move all my stats from Faith and Strength, right? And that's switching playstyles. So if I'm a Strength user and I suddenly decide I'm going to be an expert sorcerer, I put all my points from Strength into Sorcery, and I become an expert sorcerer in, like, 2 seconds. Kind of ridiculous. It requires no training, you have no experience with it. But in FromSoft games, that is the only case. The main issue with switching playstyles in FromSoft games is basically just magic. Because if you switch from 80 strength to 80 dexterity, who cares? If you switch from 80 strength to 80 endurance, who cares? If you switch from 80 strength to 80 vigor, who cares? None of those things matter. Because in FromSoft games, there's really only one distinction that is major, and it is between being purely non-magic and then being magic. And that's it. Like, even the distinction between faith and sorcery, as I've mentioned before, has gotten so pointless over the games that they may as well just be one casting thing from this point forward. There's really no sense in it. I wrote down here, what are soft caps for? I had some train of thought whenever I was writing this, but I can't quite remember what it was. What are soft caps for? Like in this game, it's sort of like 20, 40, 60, 80 a lot of the times, or with some other things it's like 50. Like with Vigor, for example, Vigor's a good example of this. because a lot of people say that it tapers off at 60. It actually tapers off. It tapers off sort of around 55, but it's not that major. And then whenever you hit 58, it tapers off very strongly. But at 60, it tapers off so fucking hard that you may as well just never invest anything else in it ever again. It still does go up a little bit, but not by much. So, usually I will stop at 58. Some people just go straight up to 60, but I consider it to be sort of a waste in levels for really no reason. So soft caps in the games are always very strange, and they're always very precise. And there's no way to actually know what your build is going to be without very, very, very careful pre-planning, or just a very liberal way of re-rolling your stats, which we finally have in this game. But again, that should not even be an issue. Re-rolling should be something that you can do whenever you want to. As long as you're at a bonfire. There's really no sense in it. But anyways. The whole point of having a soft cap system at all, like not even worrying about all that, is the whole point of having it is to encourage early investment, like trying to get to 20 vigor, 20 strength, whatever, as early as possible, and discouraging you from 99ing a stat. So if I have 80 faith, then if there was no such thing as a soft cap, if I was a faith user, why would I not have 99 faith? Like if the scaling was, for each attribute was the same all the way through, why would I not have 99 vigor? If I was gaining like 20 health every single level, I'd be like, well, I want as much as possible because that's the most important stat in all these games. So why wouldn't I have 99 vigor? Soft caps are the only way that FromSoft has, the only way to try to encourage people to have the approximation of builds. Because there at least is some minor decision making in regards to how much vigor you want or how much like faith you want, for example. Like some people will stop at 60 faith because that's an additional 20 levels that you're not really getting too much damage from. It is somewhat substantial, but it's not that substantial. So you might say, well, I want to be level 150, but I want to have 60 faith instead of 80 faith, so I'm going to put those extra 20 levels towards vigor and mind, so I can cast more, or whatever it is. Which is a perfectly valid way of looking at it. So the entire concept of soft caps, as complicated and silly as it is, that exists for that reason. It's their way of giving you a build system. And that problem exists mainly because the numerical limits to your levels are so obscenely high in all these games. Like you can go up to like level 800, right? Level 700, depends on the game. But you can do that because you can take a level from 1 to 99. If there was only level 1 to 10, for example, then you wouldn't really have that problem. You would still have people going straight up to 10 and nothing else, but you wouldn't have that problem exactly. The numbers being inflated is a big part of the reason why that problem exists. So I wrote down here, in designing a level system, the best way to go about it would be to start with the smallest number possible for what you're trying to achieve, and then move up as you need them. So you have to look at it from the perspective of, like in this example, FromSoft has like different soft caps, right? But they usually only have like 4 soft caps per level, or per type of attribute. So like Vigor kind of tapers off a little bit. Actually, I think it ramps up. It's very strange. Let's use another example. Take Strength is a good example, I guess. Strength and Dexterity go up wildly, up to 20. And then once you hit 20, it really tapers off pretty strongly. So unless you're going to make the decision of like, I want to be a Strength user, I want to be Big Hammer Man, then the game really tries to encourage you to stick at 20 for the general requirements, because it factors into the scaling of a lot of weapons, so there's no reason not to have 20. That's another way that they have tried to do away with the problem of which class do you pick at the beginning. It matters a lot in the prior games, and this one it doesn't matter quite as much. Because in this game, as I've stated, most of the builds just come down to, are you intelligence or are you faith? Because almost everyone uses spells. So a lot of the time, you're going to end up with, even as a caster, you're going to end up with at least 20 dexterity and at least 20 strength, because it's just free damage. It's a little bit more free damage because the scaling is so good. And because so many of the requirements of weapons go up to about 20 a lot of the time, a lot of cases. But choosing to remain around like 12 or something, or 14, is also valid. You're just going to lose access to quite a few weapons, but not too many. But anyways, point being, there's like 3 different soft caps, right? There's 20, 35, and 53, and if you want to go crazy, you can go all the way up to 80 if you want to use something one-handed. So, technically 4. So, 3 really, but 4, I guess I'll have like parentheses 4. So the maximum amount, or the minimum amount of levels in a game like this that you can have would be 4. Or technically 5, because you would start at 1. So you start at 1 in strength, you go up to 2, and that's the equivalent of having 20 in this game. You're at level 2, which meets one of their internal design solution elements for an internal threshold that you want to be able to meet for a very major increment of damage. And then after that, you have 35, right? That would be your level 3. Then you have 53. That would be your level 4. And then you have your final level, in which case would be level 5, which would be the unreasonable one that costs way more points than you would really be willing to invest into it for the most small amount of benefit. So 5 levels, and that goes for most of these. You could reduce Vigor, Mind, Endurance, Strength, Dexterity, Intelligence, Faith, Arcane down to 5 levels. Arcane probably not so much. That one would probably be more like 3 levels or something. But you get the idea. As far as designing a level system goes, you could take all those down from 99 all the way down to 5 if you were willing to adjust all the costs and time investment and everything appropriately. It would be completely unreasonable, bear in mind, I'm not suggesting it, it would be completely unreasonable, because then you would be farming for hours and hours and hours to get 1 level. But it would still be possible, technically. And the reason why numbers are inflated is for that reason. Like, even though there's technically only 5 increments, you thin those out and spread them out over time so that things feel a little bit more satisfying. It's just that FromSoft goes too far in the other direction, and you can go up to like level 800 something, even though no one really realistically does that. So that's my only point there. Yes, okay. So in addition to like upgrading your weapon class, like scythe, halberd, spear, great spear, hammer, small-handed hammer, axes, so forth and so on, curved sword, katana's weapon class, twin blades. In addition to upgrading those individual things and having that be a resolving factor for the leveling system for your attributes, and a resolving solution for upgrading the individual weapons, you could also do the same thing with spells. So instead of having intelligence and faith, you could go into your little inventory here, look at all the different spell types. There's all sorts of different spells. A lot of them really don't do anything, but there's a lot of different kinds of spells. You could break these down into... Incantation's probably a better example. You could break these down into healing, or like cooperative spells, or weapon buffs, or... Like, it's more useful to break them down in terms of their utility instead of their thematics. So instead of like, we'll break through all the fire spells, you can still do fire spells, but it's more useful to say, well, all the fire spells that are short range, or all the fire spells that are area of effect, or all the fire spells that are cooperative based, all the fire spells that are self buffs, all the fire spells that, like, you get the idea. Just, you can break these things down into any number of categories. It just depends on how you want to look at them, and that's something I'll talk about in a second. It doesn't actually matter. Well, it matters in the sense of how you want to design your game and how you want players to upgrade things. But point being is that you could take this gigantic faith stat that I have 80 in right now, and you could break that up into much more manageable classes of things where I have like 8 categories of spells and incantations. Like, I have 8 different subcategories. And I completely remove faith as a stat. It's just gone. I don't replace it with anything. It's just gone. And instead, I'm now upgrading as though they were weapons, weapon classes. Like healing, because they're already even organized this way. They're like healing. I can upgrade healing to like plus 10. And whatever these are, I'm not sure how they classify these. This lightning, I guess. I guess how that's, yeah, that seems to be it. These are supposed to be like lightning themed, I suppose. I'm not really sure how the tail thing. Anyways, holy. Yeah, it does holy damage, whatever. Holy damage things would be like another category, I guess. Fire is another category. Just as an example, like the way that they design spells in these games is not very good, but you get the idea. Just there's different categories of these things. You could partition them out into 8 different ones, so you can handle it that way. So you completely get rid of the faith problem. You get rid of that as a stat. And remember, the whole reason why we're doing this is because it gets rid of that problem of how do you deal with people switching playstyles, because you don't want them to just switch into being a perfect sorcerer. It doesn't matter, because things have been partitioned down to such a fine degree that it's mostly irrelevant. That especially is true if you also include things like weapon arts, or even things beyond weapon arts, like you include a new kind of class of skills that are just like skills, like martial skills, which you could also disinclude Ashes of War into if you wanted to from a design perspective. It doesn't matter. Just as long as there is some alternative to spell casting, so that you can be like, no, I don't believe in spells, I'm not a dirty mage, I'm an expert in martial combat. And you're still using things that are effectively like spells, which that's the reason why Ashes of War exist in the first place. That was one of their internal solutions. And it works okay for the most part. It's not perfect, though. And you could also break these down into subcategories if you wanted to. Again, I'm not saying these are perfect solutions, I'm just saying these are things that you can do. There's no reason why you can't do them. So just bearing all that in mind. Yes, okay, so, my actual design solution, then, with my stats here, is part of the, as I've said, part of the reason why these games are kind of struggling now, and as far as its leveling system goes, is not only just because everything is so inflated, and because the soft caps have been getting really wild, but it's also because the stats don't really do anything anymore. Like, the original concept of strength and dexterity being divided was to differentiate between playstyles. Strength being slow, methodical, high damage, dexterity being fast, nimble, low damage, but, still fast. But that doesn't really apply anymore, because there's lots of very slow dexterity weapons, and there's very fast strength weapons. And the slowness of strength weapons has become almost irrelevant as well, because the games are now more about, speed in general. So just strength and dexterity may as well just be one stat now. They don't mean anything. Also, vigor. Vigor, everyone has high vigor. If you know what you're doing, anyway. So lots of people do run around with low vigor, but they die like that. I've seen them in co-op, I've seen them in PvP. They just immediately evaporate the second that you touch them at all. They're just players with bad stat lines. That's all they are. And they desperately want to do that because they're obsessed with the idea of being glass cannons. Because they have this toxic Souls mentality of high vigor means that you're cheating or you are a bad player because you can't just roll through everything perfectly. And I desperately need to get to the point where I can roll through everything perfectly. I need to be the best Souls player that ever lived. And they're just like that. So that's the reason why they're running around with low vigor. They have that old toxic Souls get good mentality that's ruined the games over time. So in that sense, vigor doesn't really do anything. Endurance doesn't really do anything either. Like, you can not invest anything in endurance. It just doesn't matter anymore because they've given up on that stat completely. Arcane doesn't really do anything. It's just a requirement filter for certain things. It does scale with bleed, and that's a problem. It's just, all the stats are just such a mess. It's such a mess. So, for the time being, mentally just say, there are no stats anymore. There are no stats. And bear in mind what I've said about upgrading classes of things, which you can do. Again, I'm not saying that's a perfect solution. It's just a thought experiment that we're doing at the moment. There are no stats at all. Only upgrading individual things. Upgrading weapon classes, upgrading different kinds of techniques, upgrading different kinds of spells. You could, in theory, get rid of stats entirely and just do that and nothing else. And just do upgrades, almost like they were a perk system. Which I would not want a perk tree, anything that complicated, but you get the idea. You can do that. That's the theme of this particular bit that I'm doing. It is something that, in terms of design, you can do. When designing, you have to think this way. You have to look at it from this perspective of anything is viable. Even if it's something that in your head you're like, this is a bad idea, still having it in your head is important because you're using it to widen the breadth of how you approach something. Because if anything is possible, then lots of other puzzle pieces can go in places that they probably shouldn't be, and that will give you new ideas. And that's the part that's actually important. So if you're going to actually have stats, then those stats need to actually do something that is tangible. Something that actually affects your actual character. And a lot of that will come down to what you are physically doing in the game, and also the idea of what kind of builds do you want in your game in the first place. And I wrote down here, let's say that you have a tank. What kinds of tanks do you want in your game? Do you want there to just be one kind of tank, and that's it? Do you want there to be several kinds? Do you want to have a slow tank? Do you want to have a fast tank? Do you want there to not be a distinction? Do you want all tanks to have the same speed? Do you want a tank to be a heal tank? Do you want a tank to be some sort of percentage tank where they have low health but they only take a percentage amount of damage? So that it's more a matter of not overwhelming them with one hit but lots of small hits. There's just different ways of looking at the design of even one kind of build, and you have to make the decision of a designer to say, what is the wide-ranging, encompassing logic behind each different kind of build that we want players to have access to? But more importantly, what is the downside? You have to break down build goals into stats that will require investment to ensure the downside of not having something else. Like, there has to be a give and take. Because your stats, even though you're gaining a benefit from stats, the choice of investing in one thing over another it's more important to look at it from the perspective of you are choosing your downside more than your benefit. And that's the reason why level caps and soft caps are important in the design of your game. Because if you invest in strength, you don't have that one level point in every other stat. So if you're buffing one thing, you are inadvertently lowering your potential with other stats. Right? If you have 100 levels to give, and you invest all of them in every stat except for Vigor, then you're going to have a glass cannon. Potentially. Excuse me. That becomes your build choice. That is a way of personalizing your character. So anytime that you have a stat, you design a stat, that stat does nothing except for control the numbers that benefit certain areas of your character, but more importantly, it becomes an opportunity to not invest in it. That's the best way of looking at it. Also, by the way, I think armor, I was thinking about this. This is the reason why I wrote it down here. I should have mentioned it earlier. I should have put this before. But armor classes are sort of like weapon classes in that regard, where what's the point of having heavy armor in these games anymore? There really isn't. If you equip all the best armor you can get, you might gain like one extra hit at best, and usually you won't gain any at all. It just weighs you down needlessly. They really need to do something with armors, and they don't do anything with it anymore, which I understand why, because fashion is important. It's way more important to me than it is to most people. So the ability to just wear whatever I want to is something that I love, but at the same time, armor is basically worthless. So being able to upgrade armor classes in the same way that you can upgrade weapon classes is something that you could potentially play with. That's another thing that you could do. You could do it. I think at this point, health should just be universal, outside of armor anyways, to unify the expectations that you have for your player in regards to their mistakes. Because as I mentioned before, health is a measurement of the amount of mistakes that you want players to have access to. In this game, as I mentioned before, they appear to want you to, against bosses, like the highest level of content for any level that is approximate to the player and the zone, they want you to have one mistake, because it's a two-hit kill game. They want you to be able to survive one mistake, use up a healing flask, go back in, and try your best not to make any mistakes. And then once you use up, 6 or whatever of those mistakes, you're dead. Because it's a two-hit game. That seems to be what they want. I don't agree with that whatsoever. I think it's a bad way of designing a game. It makes it really unfun. But, that's on them. But that's what health is. It's a measurement of the amount of mistakes that you want. Allowing people to run around with 20 vigor is not accomplishing that whatsoever. Especially in Elden Ring, because even if at max health, you are still having people get two-shot killed, which apparently is a thing, from what I'm told, then having someone running around with, 15 vigor, what are you doing? Like, is there really no distinction between 15 vigor and 50? In some cases, there isn't. And there's no sense in that. So if you're going to go to that extreme, just unify the health levels so it scales by level. There's no reason to have vigor in this game. There really isn't. If you made it auto-scale with your level and just got rid of it, you could reduce the meta SL down to 100, and then a lot of problems would go away. I don't know why they even bothered. Also, I'll point out, in none of the games, Vigor doesn't do anything. Like, yes, it raises your amount of health, but it doesn't actually do anything. There's no physical agency behind Vigor beyond your ability to facefuck something, which is sort of something, but it's not much of anything. But health is such a core aspect to most games that I understand why they did it in the first place, but, whatever. You can remove levels entirely. Nothing upgrades you. But having no stats at all means that there's no uniqueness to using the same weapon as another player. Like if you had no stats whatsoever and you're just upgrading weapons, then one guy running around with a sword is the exact same as you running around with a sword. There's no difference between the two of you at all in that one regard. You might be using a different kind of spell than someone else or something, but you're effectively the same player if you don't have any stats whatsoever. So having no stats is probably a really bad idea. So you have to look at it from this. If you're going to make stats, you have to identify. This is the most important part. I'm sorry it's taken so long, but this is what I was leading up to. If you are designing stats from the ground up, you have to look at what exactly the player has control out of in terms of how they play the game. In the case of these games, there is damage that you have incoming. That is enemy damage that is being applied to you. You have damage outgoing, which is your weapon, your spells, your weapon arts, items even, anything that you inflict damage upon other things. There is personal animation speed, which is like casting speed, weapon speed, casting speed, animation throwing speed, rolling speed, getting on your horse speed, just all sorts of animations. That's another aspect of physical agency that the player has within the game. There is also posture or poise animation. So your ability to not be stunned, how long it takes you to get out of a stun. Maybe even like after you do something that usually will require an aftercast animation. Like you hit something and like you do a big shield bash or something and the shield stays on the ground for a while. You could also count that as being posture. So there's that animation aspect as well. Also, even though these games don't do this, for the most part, there is range of attacks. So, like I have I'm not going to use it right now, but my little halo thing where I fling out little discs of light. You could increase the range to that. You could decrease the range to that. Also with bows, there are talismans that allow you to increase the range of a bow. So it is sort of in this game, and sort of in most of the games, but you can increase, obviously, the range of an arrow attack. The same could be said of the range of your weapon attacks. Whenever you put an element property onto your weapon, like fire, for example, if it actually extended the physical range of your hitbox on your weapon, you could control the range of your attacks that way as well. But that's just one more aspect of it. The same could also be true of the inverse. Making your hitbox smaller, for example. Which I don't know how you go about that. Maybe making your character itty-bitty and you run around, hey, I'll get you, and you have a squeaky voice. Or maybe you make your character more transparent or something. So the logic is that the weapon has to pass closer to your body in order to actually inflict damage on your very soul or something. You could do that. It's one more element that you could control if you wanted to. Also, there is stealth and awareness. In this game, as I have mentioned, and apparently other people have been complaining about this in my comments, I saw some people say that they've actually been cheating, just straight up just cheating, and turning off all forms of stealth, like awareness of their character on enemies at all, and they still notice that whenever they go into areas, enemies will just turn and look at them. Because they're just straight up cheating. Like, they're just cheating as hard as anything has ever cheated in its entire life. So, stealth in this game, not really much of a thing because they don't want it to be, even though they still include it as sort of something that sort of works sometimes. But anyways, point being, enemy awareness and your ability to be stealthy is another element to your character's actual interface with the world that you can control that could be a stat if you wanted it to. And one last thing that I could think of, there might be more, but the one last thing that I could think of would be like drop rates or income throttles, which would include your ability to get souls and income, money, XP income would be another one, or, you know, just drop rate, your ability to find weapons, so forth and so on. That's another one. That's another physical agency thing that you can control. So those would be our stats. If all those things were true, then we would have incoming damage, outgoing damage, animation speed, posture, range, stealth, and general drop rates. So that is 7 stats that all function, that all do something. My least favorite of those, obviously, is going to be drop rate. But even if you don't include that one, you still have you still have 6 different stats that you could try to work with. So you could have a stealthy character that has long-range attacks, but has low outgoing damage or something. Or you could have an immovable rock mountain of a man that has very fast animations, very high outgoing damage, but takes a lot of damage in the process or something. Just lots of ways of looking at it. Just as far as identifying the things that you want, you have to identify what you want the player to have control out of and what you want them to be able to apply to the world around them. And you want there to be thresholds, which FromSoft has done via soft caps, that ensure that you can't have access to everything at the same time. Okay, those are all the things that you can do. Sorry. What is the best way to handle throttling the player so that they can't have all of them at the same time? Now again, allowing someone to upgrade weapon classes is an okay idea, but if you're treating it like levels, then why would you eventually, like I would want everyone to be able to eventually level up all of the weapon classes in the game. Because that's what I want to do. I want to level up every single weapon that I have, because I would love to be able to use all these things. I'm not just doing it for the sake of the playthrough. Like I'm using this scythe right here, because I wanted to get a hold of it. I'm not going to be using this exclusively for the rest of the playthrough. Hell no. Like, I would be using all sorts of shit if I had access to it. It's just that a lot of the weapons in this game, the weapon classes themselves are not very good because this is Elden Ring. Like, I have not really used any straight swords. I don't know if I've even upgraded any of them. I don't think so. No, I've upgraded this one. I did try using this one before, I forgot. Ornamental straight sword. But just, there are certain weapon classes in Elden Ring that are just not good because of how the game works. Because it's so focused on breaking enemy poise, and if you can't do that, then at least having long range, and you get the idea. So in some cases, it's just not a good idea. But in my Dark Souls playthrough, you can see me doing this, and even in this run, you can see me doing it. I'm trying to use different weapons all the time, because I love doing that. So the ability to be able to eventually use anything that I want is something that's very important to me. I know it's not important to many people, but it is important to me. So if I was making something for me, then, you know, I would want that system. But still, you wouldn't want someone to just upgrade everything at the start of the game, because there's no point in having that system, right? So having them at least be focused on something early. Here's my thought process. Actually, I'm sorry, by the way, if you get tired of me standing in place doing this. I just love talking about stuff like this. Let's say that I was actually excited to talk about this. I'm excited to stand in place and just talk. Let's say that you start the game and you have a short sword, right? Short sword. Basic ass, nearly worthless short sword in these games anyways. And, the way that I look at it is, you would want the players to be able to branch out in some way. Like, you don't want players to be like, I'm using a short sword, and then like an hour in, they're like, I'm going to use a halberd. Now I'm going to use a hammer. Now I'm going to use a torch. Now I'm going to use a scythe. And all of them are going to be the same upgrade level. That's pointless, right? You want people to be able to progress and such. Here's the things that, as a designer, I would want. I want players to choose one kind of weapon, a very general kind of weapon, and be able to stick with it, but to be able to branch out if they want to, but still have something that identifies them in some way. So whenever you run across that character in co-op, you're like, oh, this is a hammer guy. And he's going to be a hammer guy for probably the next few hours, unless he really goes out of his way to change that about himself. But at the same time, you don't want him to be like, I'm a straight sword guy and nothing else. I can't use daggers. I can't use great swords. I can't use ultra great swords. That's ridiculous. That's a little bit too controlling, right? Because you're preventing people from being able to try different things. So I would want them to be able to branch out. So they start with a short sword. And then maybe they go up to a claymore. Like, oh, okay, now I'm the claymore guy. But that's a different class of weapon. But that's still fine. But then they're like, oh, maybe I would like to try this new dagger that I got. So now they're a dagger guy, and they switch over to that. And those are different classes, but they can still transition into them, but they still require a little bit of investment to be able to get there. That's why things like trees, skill trees, exist in most modern games. Not most, in most modern games that are similar to the vein that I'm talking about. That's the reason why trees exist. Is so that you can branch into things, literally, that still require investment. There's still not something that's so major that it requires you completely re-rolling the character. How you do that in a FromSoft game, I don't know, because they're completely unwilling to have things like that. But again, you get the idea. That's why you have stuff like that. The problem with all this is if you have people upgrading individual classes like this, and if you handle it like straight sword 0, ultra, great sword 0, great sword 0, hammer 0, and then all of those are upgradable to 10, then you have a problem of how easy is it to get to 10. It would have to be somewhat easy, right? But if you have like 20 different weapon classes, then how easy is it to upgrade all 20 of those? And if it's relatively easy, or else it would be insane, then how do people try out new things? How do they transition to the other ones? Unless you allow for constant rerolls, and then even then they might get annoying or even pointless. Because if you have 10 in one stat, then you just re-roll into another stat, and it would circumvent the thing entirely, right? Because if I have enough points to be able to have 10 in straight swords, and I can re-roll at a bonfire, and move that 10 out of straight swords into scythe, then it doesn't become a fun system, it becomes a trial. It becomes annoying, because you're having to do that constantly if you're re-rolling all the time. So, these are the things I think about. This is why I enjoy thinking about stuff like this, because I love designing on the fly. So, that is why usually whenever you have systems like this, like leveling systems, instead of it just being one level, 1 point, usually it's one level, 1 point, second level, 2 points. And the amount of attribute points that you get remains consistent. Like, instead of like leveling up once and you get 1 point, it's more like you level up once, you get 10 points. And you can invest those 10 points however you want to. So if you have strength at 1, you could raise up strength 10 times. But if you have strength at 20 already, you could raise it up maybe 5 times. Or if you have strength at 20 and dexterity at 1, you could raise up that strength 4 times and raise up dexterity, like 9 times or something. Whatever the rate is. I don't know. Whatever. And that's where your build variety comes from. Because you're thinking, I'm not going to get much benefit raising like straight sword all the way to 10, or it wouldn't really work for weapon classes since you're only using one thing at a time. I would not get as much benefit raising. Let's say that strength, all the stats in our game have a maximum capacity of 20. Let's just make up that on the fly. And you're like, I already have it at 18. If I take my my raw damage stat for my weapon, and I raise it up from 18 to 20, I'm not really getting much. So if I take those points I gained from my last level and I put those instead into my range of attack, then it's going to extend the hitbox of my sword. And that will actually, in a sense, raise my damage even more, because even though my raw damage isn't going up, I'm hitting so many more enemies with one swing that it's more beneficial in the long run. And that becomes now a build. And you're getting that because of the fact that you're having diminishing returns. And again, FromSoft does that via having soft caps. But as I mentioned, soft caps have problems because of the things that I've already talked about. So if you do that via attribute throttling instead, then you end up with not as much of a concern. And you could also do that with other means by having like a... If you had a more complicated system, like a grid or a tree system, then you could do it by having like locks, like physical locks that you actually had to unlock to be able to progress down the tree, if you get what I'm saying. You could do it that way too. Again, these are all things that you can do if you want to change the leveling system in some way. These are all options, they're all valid, but they all have downsides. That's the main point that I was wanting to make today. Oh, okay. You got the idea. So you might be saying, what is your ultimate resolution to the system then? I don't know. That's part of my ongoing thing. My ongoing battle with the leveling system. The biggest problem with that is the weapon class thing, because you only use one weapon at a time, so why would you upgrade anything? Unless it's permanent. That's the main thing. It would have to be permanent. But it would also have to be kind of cheap. But if it's cheap... Really, honestly, one of the things that they did get it right is having them be physical items that you find. Because it gets around that problem entirely. Because if you upgrade via items that you find and have them be leveled items, then that throttles it via progress in the game, but you still have an abundance of them to keep upgrading them. So that aspect of FromSoft systems, I don't think I've ever had a problem with beyond the rarity issue. So honestly, just keep that the way it is right now, but just make it so that instead of upgrading one weapon, you're upgrading all of them at the same time within that weapon class. And that problem goes away. So yeah, just keep it exactly the way it is now. You could change stones to be something else, it wouldn't really matter. The nomenclature is completely irrelevant. You could even have them be universal instead of smithing stones or twinkling titanite as opposed to ordinary titanite. That shit does not matter at all. The whole reason why they do that is so that there is... Like in this game, it's because the things that use smithing stones are things that you can put any ash that you want to onto it, as long as you have access to it. And the ones that you can't are ones that have really good scaling, but you can't do anything to them. Which honestly doesn't really matter, because most of the best weapons of the game are all things that have ashes that you can't change, which I don't really like, but as FromSoft, they're going to do what they're going to do. But you get the idea. You can get away with getting rid of that shit too. and have it be completely universal. You can get away with having it go back to Demon Souls rules where you have like 5 different types of upgrade things. It really doesn't matter, as long as you have reasons for them existing in the first place. But anyways, point being, smithing stones, good system. That is something that they have gotten right consistently. They just have problems with it, with the supply chain. That's their main issue. So that's fine. That's how you fix that problem. Upgrade via class, but keep the stones. Same thing with the spells as well. Anytime you have a bunch of different, like you have a massive pool of things, the best way of handling that problem is to throttle it based on progress through the game, but to have the supply of them relatively cheap. That way, once you fully upgrade something to like +5, you're like, well, I can't keep upgrading it. I can keep farming these things, but they don't work anymore. So what do I do with them? I use them on other things. And so that problem goes away. So if you split spells into that same kind of system, then you end up with that same solution. Where you have like, well, okay, I prefer lightning spells, but I can no longer upgrade them. Maybe I'll just start upgrading fire spells and try that out. Because I'm not doing anything with this upgrade stuff, so I may as well do it. So there you go. That problem solved too. But that's only a thing for systems where you have a lot of stuff that you can use like that. Let me mentally make a decision here. What do I want to use for this guy? What will actually live? I'm so tempted to use... Guys are so good, because they move in and out. But probably actually something that will... Probably the Godric Soldiers, because one of them is going to be melee. Well, actually, 2 things that are ranged would probably be better. But these guys are going to be... Yeah, these guys would be together. There really are no good options for this particular enemy. Because nothing has... Really, if I had them, there's a summon that's just a bunch of dudes with great shields. They would be great for this guy. Because they would keep his attention, but they wouldn't just die immediately. In theory, they probably might, actually, now that I think about it. But that would probably be the thing that I would try to use. Maybe I'll try one of the big guys. I don't know. I don't know how long any of these things are actually going to survive. Yeah, I guess I tried to use Banished Knight. I'll give that a whirl. I'm probably going to die in the process of doing this either way. Anyways, one last thing I wanted to mention, though, is in the process of using Thurgist Ashlyn, my other character that I was using for the footage that you presumably saw earlier in the video, I came across the realization that sorceries really suck in this game. And they don't suck in terms of them doing nothing. They obviously deal damage, and they're very accessible. They're very productive in that sense. But the design of them is awful. Glintstone Pebble is something that, even though Ashlyn is like level 50 or something, 60 now, maybe 40 something, I don't remember. She still uses Glintstone Pebble, because the way that these spells are designed. You do get upgraded versions of them, as seen here, but the FP cost goes up, but the damage goes up just a little bit. So in terms of efficiency to FP cost, Glintstone Pebble remains the king for like the whole game. As far as I know. I'm not that far in on sorcery. And stuff like Glintstone Stars here, or its upgraded version Star Shower. It has that same problem, where its logic is it fires 3 bolts instead of 1, and they sort of track maybe a little bit better. That doesn't make up for the fact that you're losing a lot of damage, and it costs more. So, once again, you ignore this and use Glintstone Pebble. You get where I'm going with this problem. A lot of sorceries do the exact same thing. Point wood at thing, it go away. I send blue thing, it hits it, it deals damage. And that's the only thing it does. And all of the spells do the same thing. It's just that the logic of them is it does a bigger version. It's a little bit faster. It tracks a little bit better. But the utility of them doesn't change. So as a result, if Glintstone Pebble continues to work, keep using Glintstone Pebble. Because why wouldn't you? Unless you just have infinite reserves of FP and you know that the boss that you're fighting is going to die before you get to that point. Sorceries in this game, not well designed. Sorceries in all the games, not well designed. Continues in this game. So that's been the consistent issue that I've had with all this stuff. Is you get all these new spells and they look really nice, but they're just really, really, really inefficient. And there's no real benefit to using them over just using this stupid Glintstone Pebble spell. Especially on Ashland, since your FP bar is still really low because upgrading mages in Elden Ring is just as much of a pain in the ass as it is in all the games, because mages require way more stats to increase before you even get to the point where they're even usable. I use Phalanx sometimes, the Phalanx spells, just because it's something that I can cast when I'm at a bonfire and just run around with. I use Loretta's Great Bow a few times, but that's mainly whenever I was using a buff and I didn't want it to go away too quickly. Just the utility of sorceries just sucks. I don't even know how you would break down most of these into individual classes like incantations can. There's like self-buffs, I guess, and then range damage and melee damage, maybe? I don't know. Well, this is gravity magic, but like gravity magic is just the same thing. Like Gravity Well. Gravity Well is just Pebble again, except it sort of moves the enemy closer to you, which in most cases, why would you want them to be closer to you? It's okay for pulling certain enemies away from other enemies, I guess, maybe. And Meteorite, kind of the same problem. It calls down a bunch of meteors, but an enemy has to be really, really big for this to actually deal more damage than just using Pebble happens to do. This really, really badly designed. And most of it comes down to the fact that sorceries don't have any utility to them. That's the main problem with them. Is that they're just dumb fuck spells where you just point cannon at something and it goes away. It's funny that sorceries scale with intelligence, but they're the most brain-dead thing that you can do. Oh well, anyways, you get the idea. Alright. Discussion over, we're free now. We can go back to fighting things. I'm sorry, guys, but that's how it is in Plague of Gripestown. Now we will fight the Nasty Man. I hope. This will probably not go too well. I'm going to like try to bait him over here so that whenever I die, he doesn't immediately wake back up, because I want to pick up my runes and shit. Now, 150 in theory, I shouldn't really have much of an issue. Ha ha ha. But not quite. Trying to get as much damage as possible here, because when he wakes up, he starts getting really unfair, if I remember correctly. There we go. You just keep looking at him. Yeah, this isn't too bad at a higher level. Oh yeah, I don't have... Oh shit. Oh, right. I haven't switched to it. That's why. There we go. No, I keep forgetting. The reason why I prefer... Oh, no. The reason why I prefer having my, spell casting on my other hand... Well, there he goes. That didn't last long. My other hand is because on horseback you have to like switch to it, and it gets kind of annoying. Yeah, I'm used to fighting this thing on my strength character. That's the only thing I really have done with him. So actually fighting it with spells is way easier. Wow. No damage at all. Wasn't expecting that. Yeah, I beat the shit out of that dude. That was anticlimactic. Dragon Halberd. Looked like a Dragon Halberd. Actually, this is like a meta weapon, if I remember correctly. Yes, I have used this before. Its weapon art... It's funny. The weapon art is either completely worthless or it is overpowered as shit. Dragon halberd. Halberd shaped like a dragon. Is it really? I couldn't tell. And wreathed with both ice and lightning. Ooh. Alas, the dragonkin soldier... Not dragonkin. Not dragon skin. Dragonkin. The dragonkin soldiers never attained immortality, and perished as decrepit, pale imitations of their skyborn kin. Okay? So, dragonkin soldiers, whatever they are, I guess, people? Maybe? That were trying to either turn into dragons or imitate the good dragons that we have discussed before, which might be walls that fall from the sky. And one of their goals was to become immortal. Immortal dragon. For white people only. Sorry. So yeah, dragonkin soldiers. Something to remember. They also, it says they perished. So was the thing that we were fighting already dead? Or are they saying you killed it? And because you killed it, then it is dead and they perished as such. I don't know what the logic is. Also, again, it could just be some weird translation issue. So, there we go. We are now done with this area, except for the final boss that we were discussing, Mr. Antler Man. Here's the thing that I was going to talk about. The area. Where it's like you could just use a ladder. That's the first little part. You could just use the ladder to walk up to here. You didn't really need a teleporter. But also, that's the area right there. Where you can get up to the city proper. And you can just drop down from there onto that statue. So this little statue right here. Like this is the furthest point you can get. I wonder if this matches it. Yeah, here. Yeah, you could probably just get a ladder and just crawl your way up there, pull it back up, and then do it again, and then you're there. It didn't really require bringing down the stars from the sky. It's really not that high up. Also, I'll point out once again that once you get up there, there should be a ladder that you can just kick down and just climb up it. Because once again, what is the point of not including one of those? Elden Ring is so bad about that. I don't know what its problem is. There's so many areas where you can move, like you get to an area later, and then once you're up there, you should be able to just kick down a little ladder, kick down a bunch of chipmunks that you tied together, kick down a bunch of rocks, climb up the rocks, or just like even a teleporter if you're being lazy. Just have something. I don't know why they're so averse. I know they have the whole teleporting system now. It's 30,000. Can I do anything with 30,000? Not really. Another problem with having all the runes, it being level 150, is that once I have a lot of runes, I'm like, what do I do with these? I could go spend them at the round table. God damn it. Here, I'll do that first. Or tie a bunch of corpses together. That's another thing that you could do to get up there. Yeah, Elden Ring's kind of like that. Let's run over here and buy a bunch of, probably bones, probably. One of the things that, one of the things I look forward to is, in a sense, I mentioned before how you can go from like 350 damage or something up towards like 10,000 based on how many buffs are you using. It's one of the flaws of this game, I would say. I look forward to being able to craft those things reliably. Another one of the reasons why I wanted to get to 150 is just so that I would be able to invest all my runes towards consumables that are otherwise really, really difficult to get a hold of. As you guys can see, I could dump all my runes into buying hefty beast bones. 123 of them. What's the other way of getting hefty beast bones? Killing big-ass bears. And you get like one. So, do I really want to spend the next 5 days farming 100 bears? Or just go in here and just dump some runes to buy them this way? Another one of the farming issues in this game. So, being able to waste them this way, much more convenient. Especially turtlenecks. Because I don't want to kill any friendly turtle. I don't want to kill a friendly turtle, man. I love Turtle Man. So, using them this way, much better. Thank you, statue, whatever the fuck you are. Thank you. Back we go. Okay. Now we are ready. So there you go. Ugh, I bet I stood in place and talked about that for like a good hour. Oh my god. Why do you people watch this shit? Why do you people listen to this shit? Can you even really keep track of what I'm saying? Like, whenever I'm rambling about all this level and number garbage, I imagine some of you are like, oh, I'll scan the timeline and look for the part where I can see that he is moved. That's the one benefit to me standing in place. If you don't care about what I'm talking about, just look at the timeline. Did the picture change at all? Then I'd probably shut up. That's the one benefit. But it amazes me that you guys actually watch me. Like, I'm just... Oh my god, I'm just so insufferable. Like, lately I've been... Because I'm like... I'm going to be 40 years old in like a couple of months or 3 months or something. And of course I'm thinking about the fact that I don't have a wife yet and things of that nature. And I think about, like, who in the world would want all this? I'm just such a fucking mess. Getting angry, like, the only things that advertise me as well, it's like just getting angry at video games, just having rambling, unfunny discussions about number systems. Just goddamn miserable, right? That's the shit that I think about. That's the rough, real shit. So I'm just sitting here thinking, who in the world's watching this garbage? People are actually interested in listening to me ramble about this stuff? It's no wonder I'm alone at 40. Could this be a dog? Could be. I'm surprised there's no rump messages talking about his butthole. All for fingers and time for... Yeah, okay. Well, there we go. Anyways, here we are at Mr. Deerman. Whenever the game was talking about ancestral spirits and things sprouting buds and horns until they turn into an ancestral spirit, this is what they're talking about. Now, you might ask, Mr. Eli. Mr. Eli with no wife, my full name. Why did lighting those little sconces, which lit these columns up on fire, why exactly did that make that boss available to fight? I don't know. I don't know. It makes no sense to me. I have no idea. Maybe being ancestral spirit means that you're also dead. And you really like fire. I have no fucking clue. Honestly, I think it's just a gameplay contrivance to get you to walk around an area and light stuff on fire and fight dudes so that you can fight a boss. I don't think there's much to it beyond that, as far as I can tell. Because this thing, even though you don't fight it here, looks exactly the same whenever you actually start fighting him. Mr. Ingval, I can't really tell if you did anything or not. I don't think you did. Who should I bring in? You know, I really like the Marionette Soldier Ashes. I've been finding that out on my Sorcerer playthrough. However, so many bosses and so many enemies that are actually problems have cheating ass scripts and codes in them that specifically are there to ensure that you can't attack them at range. They will just auto dodge constantly. That these guys, I think you've already seen this in this LP. I think you saw it with the boss, that the Red Mane Wolf thing. Maybe that was another character. But since these guys fire arrows constantly, it just turns the boss into this infinitely dodging, infinite stamina, like super enemy that you just can't hit. because so many of the bosses just cheat. So having 2 enemies that do nothing but fire arrows usually is actually detrimental. So honestly, and that can also go for something like the spirit jellyfish. If you have any ash at all, it depends on the circumstance, that fires a ranged attack, it needs to be something slow. Like a big blob of magical damage that very slowly goes to an enemy. Because the boss will input read the ranged attack, and it will dodge on the activation. It won't dodge before it gets hit. So if it's something that moves slow, it's too stupid to avoid it. But it will try to dodge all the same. So, if you can find... I don't think I have one that's like this yet. But if you can find one that's like that, like, for example... If you can find something that does stuff like this, the Wraith Calling Bell... I don't think I've ever showed this, but the little naughty horsemen, the undead horse dudes, and the guys that were like... but they crawled around on all fours, or at least like the Albernarics were crawling around using their arms. They also use little bells, and they make the little floating wraith things that follow you around. Those would work if it's an attack like that exact circumstance. But I don't have that. So honestly, the best solution would be to use a melee man. Using ashes that have too many enemies, like the demi-human ashes, it seems to be detrimental because they usually have way too little health. And because they're all melee, they're all gathering around one target, and the boss will usually just hit them all with one big attack and it kills all of them at the same time. But having one melee enemy also seems to have a negative benefit because then it doesn't split their attention. So the best kind of ash in theory, would be to have 3 dudes that have relatively good health, have one of them be a pure melee, have the other one be one that moves in and out, and have the other one be one that is ranged but has slow-moving ranged attacks that will absolutely hit the boss. But there is no such ash, so don't worry about it. So for my purposes, I guess just having the Godric would probably work the best, unfortunately. Probably not. I'm probably reaching the wrong, erroneous conclusions, but you get what I'm saying. Continuing to prove why I absolutely do not deserve the Hebel Wine. I don't mean to linger on that. The little statue here. So maybe when we die, we'll just pop back out. If we die. This is actually a... Go ahead, I'll say this. I'm coming across the boss here. If you're not looking at the screen, you might want to. I don't know how long this boss will take, but people have described this as being one of the most beautiful bosses in the game. It has 1 or 2 attacks that are kind of annoying, but for the most part, I would describe this as being a fairly easy boss, but it is very pretty. So, please enjoy and observe. Because he's a nasty old deer boy. Oh, he nasty. He gonna do some nasty shit. But not just yet. Here he comes. Usually he does a big... Whoop! There he goes. Usually he does this prancing sort of a move beforehand. Alright, good. So, that's the thing I was most worried about. Shit. Input reading bastard! Because if he uses that on your summons... There he is. That's what I was trying to... That's what I was waiting for. That if the summons get in that, then there's no saving them. Whoop. This thing is actually kind of easy to kill. Damn, input reading. But, he does have a mechanic that restores his health. Or one of the later ones, I think, does. Ooh, that takes up a lot of his health. Let's try to prevent killing him just yet. Give him a chance. Also, please enjoy the music. This is pretty music. Whoops, wrong timing. Very grunty, too. Boys, don't you kill him right away, okay? Yeah, maybe this one can't do the health thing. I read about it in the wiki. There we go. Whoops! I was looking at my summons. He does have a lot of those buds coming out of his back. In addition to his antlers. I wonder if this thing always was a deer. Or if it just became something that resembled one because of the buds. Oh, there he goes. One of the arrows finally got him. Sorry, big man. Yeah, this is an okay boss. I don't mind him at all. He's a little bit easy, but that's absolutely fine. That really does feel like more of an early Souls boss because he's very fair. His attacks are pretty telegraphed. He doesn't really have any fly swatter type techniques where he holds back and then tries to slap you at the very last second. He's just a good general boss, and he's not that difficult either. Like a lot of the early bosses, they're not really hard. They're just usually in the older games, the map itself was a resource drain, and then you get to the boss, and then you have like 1 or 2 health restores to work with, and that's the actual challenge. The actual challenge is defeating the level before you get to the boss, and then having enough resources to be able to deal with it. So you can actually learn its moveset. This one kind of breaks that because you can just run to the boss without fighting anything, so that does not factor into it. But yeah, just really good boss. Very pretty, well designed. Really appreciate that guy. Okay, he dropped some ashes for us, which was the Ancestral Follower Ash. This one, yes. Ash remains in which spirits yet dwell, used to summon the spirit of an ancestral follower. A spirit of the Horn folk. They're not horned, they were fake horns. Liars. Charlatans. Who eschew letters and... wait, letters? and metalworking. Enough of these fucking letters. Am I saying them now? Be gone. But they never speak again. Or maybe like letters, they don't send emails. And metalworking. Brawny and versed in distinctive spiritual arts. This particular tribesman wields a heavy bow. He sure does. So, you know the really annoying sniper dudes that I was complaining about throughout this particular episode? I only got hit by, I think, 1 arrow, but they're still really annoying. Anyone that's been through this area knows what I'm talking about. This is that guy. However, I can't remember. His aim is kind of terrible, by the way. It's kind of weird. Some of the ashes, if they're ranged, some of their aim is amazing. But some of them, they can't hit the broadside of a barn. It's very peculiar. His, if I remember correctly, is sort of in between. I'll try to use him later at some point. I don't know or I can't remember. I figured this out earlier on one of my other characters, and then I immediately forgot. Because that's how my brain is. This dude, if you encounter them as enemies, if you hit them once, as I demonstrated earlier, they lose the ability to do their sniper thing. If this Ash gets hit once, I don't remember if it loses its ability to do its special big charged arrow attack. I don't think that it does, but I might be mistaken. We'll find out later. All the same, we are done here. You might be wondering what's in this area. There's nothing. Like, it's just a big cave. There's really nothing to say about it. I appreciate the design of it. It looks nice. Like, especially with the fog and everything. It's just a very pretty location. There's not much to say about it. It looks like it would be kind of damp and unpleasant to be in for too long, but in terms of just visuals, yeah, it's really nice looking. But I appreciate you, Ancestral Spirit Boss. I appreciate you for existing and just being simple. and not being a crazy Bloodborne enemy. Isn't that right, horsey? Do you want a horsey snack? Oh, you want a horsey snack. Okay. Also, for some reason, he stays lit up. And you can examine him again. And that takes you right back here. There's no point to doing so, just it's something you can do. Just in case, just in case, just in case. So there we are. We are done with this area for the time being. That's everything that you have access to currently. The pits that you go down up here. Like, remember, it's right here. So you go down and you appear here. Or this general area, anyways. You clear out sort of this area, and then you eventually reach here, I think. And then you go, like, down through here and over to this area eventually, although it takes a good long while. So we'll do that eventually, but not right now. Alright, goodness gracious. So the next thing I'm going to do is... I could do it now. Yeah, I could do that now. Because I can make my oil jars now. Let's do that. Let's go free Alexander. That was the whole reason why we came down here. Is to get our little oil pots so I can make those. Assuming I can make them. Assuming I can make oil pots. I can, because they only require melted mushrooms, which is found in and around the Eternal City. Wow, I hope I have... Ugh, goodness. I'm going to run out of those fast. Let's make... Oh, they're 1-to-1. Look at that. That's good. Let's make 5 of them, just to be safe. I say safe, and it's going to require 6 or something. Okay, over we go. Let's go find Alexander, and that'll be the last thing that we do for the day. And we'll have a mere... God damn it. I was going to look down and be like, and we'll have a mere 2.5-hour episode, a short one. And I look down and it's like, oh, it's almost 4 hours again. Damn me. This is exactly why I will be forever alone. There's something, like, I'm not exactly serious about that, but it's, like, funny to me in sort of a morbid way. Here he is. Here's our boy. I don't know. Whatever weird fucked up thing that's in my brain that makes me... Hope he's not dead now. Okay, no, he's fine. Whatever fucked up thing I have in my brain that makes me like this, where I make 8-hour-long video game parts and talk about sub-mechanics. Where's it? Oh, it's a health thing? I think that's a health scarab. Yeah, I think that's a health one. I'll kill him anyways, just for the hell of it. That's the shit that should probably prevent me from reproducing. Probably don't need more me in the world. I'm glad that some of you guys appreciate me being around, but... yeah, there probably doesn't need to be more of me.
Come on. Give me a good smack from behind with something nice and big.
Maybe I have been a girlfriend. Ha! Jokes. We got jokes. Oh, by the way, he is indeed not that cracked. You can see that in my video evidence that I will have. I haven't recorded it yet again, but yes, I will have that at forefront. You can see that he is indeed not that cracked. So his model does indeed change. Oops. Let's not change to fire. There we go. All right. Just to be safe, give him one of these. I really hope that this does not crush him. Let me change to like a hammer or something. Really, it seems like a hammer would just bust him open that much worse, you know? Great mace.
Come on.
Yep, okay.
Oh, yes.
You okay?
That's the ticket.
Hope you're being safe there, buddy. Nothing's happening. One more old pellet, just for good measure. There we go, okay. Okay, maybe he actually... Someone said something about he tells you about the oil as you're hitting him. I'm like, I'm not taking no risks. So maybe he had more dialogue if you don't use any at all. Sorry.
My thanks to you and your razor-sharp wits. Oh, as a token of my thanks, I'd like you to have this.
It's an oil pot. Oh, it's exalted flesh. More exalted. Stop giving me your meat, dude. You need that to be like a man. To be a big, strong man.
Dear me, I'm oilier than a toad.
Hell yeah.
You know, there were countless oil jars back where I'm from, actually.
What, down there?
Now I know what it's like to be one of them.
You're a good fella, Alexander.
Yes.
You got anything else?
Indeed. I too have a home, though it is one to which I have vowed not to return.
Hmm?
So, I thought I might look out from atop the cliff. But as I drew closer and closer,
Aha.
pow, wouldn't you know it? I was perfectly stuck in that blasted hole. I can feel
see.
the warriors inside admonishing me for my mawkishness. To walk the path of champions, one cannot cleave to the past. I'm headed to
Man,
the
that's
fiery
stupid.
mount in the north. I can strengthen myself there without fear of cracking this vessel. I will forge myself anew in its flames.
Okay, so he was on his way to the mountains, and he got distracted by feelings of nostalgia, I suppose? By the way, what did I say? Mawkishness? Yeah. It's like showing... It's like showing emotion, but being kind of ridiculous, I guess? Like a overly... being an overly emotional way that embarrasses you. That's what it is, I think. I don't agree with that at all, though. The whole idea that if you want to be a warrior, then you have to sever ties to... No, that's awful. Like, I know that's like a whole anime thing, I suppose. Like, no, I need the thing, my bounds to my nakama make me stronger, like that shit. That is true, though. Like, being able to actually have people that you care about in your life, and like that's one of my problems, is that I just don't really have anyone. Like, I just have my general immediate family, and I'm really nothing like them, and I don't even really care that much for them, because they're like crazy conspiracy people. So in my day-to-day interactions, I really don't have anyone. But yeah, it's important to have people like that in your life. That's part of what gives you perspective on your own choices, because you're trying to do things that will improve the life of the people around you. Like, whenever I'm making content, doing these LPs, a lot of the structure to them is me trying to make the best content, because yeah, you guys are what I have as far as my interactions go. I'm trying to make the best content possible for you guys through the lens of, unfortunately, myself. I don't know how entertaining that is. But, like, I'm a content creator warrior, and I would not be able to make the content that I do if I didn't care about anything. Like, being able to care about something is the primary source of my resolve. So, go down there and visit, buddy. Alexander. Like, that's the thing that's actually going to make you stronger. It's not going to be forging yourself in the fires of Mount Doom, and it's not going to be finding corpses to put inside of you. It's going to be raising the game of your character, my man.
I'm headed to the fiery mount in the north. I can strengthen myself there without fear of cracking this vessel. I will forge myself anew in its flames.
We're going to find him in, like, lava or something. Just screaming. Oh, no. Cooking all that meat inside of his body. He's going to smell so good. But you can tell where exactly his character arc is going. He's going to have some sort of revelation. He's going to die. This is a FromSoft game. I don't know how it's going to happen. He's definitely going to bite. Like, he actually supposedly can die here if you don't use oil on him. That's the reason why I was paranoid about doing it. So apparently, if he bites the big one, it's going to be pretty close. He might die up there in that mountain pretty soon. I'm not really sure what's going to happen to him. Yeah, his entire character arc seems to be centered around the idea that he's looking for purpose in being a great warrior, but he doesn't really have any understanding of what being a great warrior actually is. He's just trying to make himself stronger through artificial means without realizing that a lot of it is your own drive. Which, to Elden Ring's minor credit, I wouldn't say that the theming in Elden Ring is very strong. Like in the Souls games, a lot of it relates to humanity and what it means to be a person, and what it means to care about things, and how things are actually interconnected, and no matter how different you are from other people, you actually share something in common, and it's your desire to be close to other people. That's a lot of what Dark Souls is about. Your willingness to sacrifice for the sake of people that you may not even know as well. In Elden Ring, the theming is not really that strong, but there is sort of a minor theming in the case of like grace, like people losing the ability to see grace. And they're losing the ability to see grace because of they're sort of losing hope in the direction of the two fingers. And that seems to be the implication. That eventually they become disillusioned with what their objective was, and after that happens, then, you know, in the Souls games you would go hollow. In this case, you lose sight of grace. You can no longer see what the will of the greater will, I guess. I'm not sure who's controlling the two fingers, but I'm assuming it's the greater will. But the greater will, you're no longer in touch with what it wants for you. You're no longer of use to it. And Alexander's entire character arc seems to go hand in hand with that. This whole idea that he is going about things the wrong way. That while he is looking for external factors to improve himself, he should be trying to focus on what is actually important to him as a person. And in the case down there, you can tell that what he actually... Like, he was actually on the right track. He should have gone down there to the village, and that would have been a good turning point for his character, presumably. Because if he had realized, oh, this is the thing I actually care about, maybe he would have stayed in Jarburg. And realized that being a great warrior is not really that important. Or maybe he would have found his resolve in being a great warrior, and realized that his desire to protect the people that he cares about is what's giving him his real drive. And he would have found greater strength in that. But no, he fell in a hole, I got him out, and he's just going to go about his merry way, so...
I'm headed to the Fiery Mount in the north. I can strengthen myself
Onto
there
the Fiery
without
Mount in the
fear
north.
of cracking this vessel. I will forge
Okay.
myself anew in its flames.
Next thing for him is going to be... something called Seethwater Terminus? And it's behind a worm. Like I guess like one of those things from Dark Souls 3, the little things that burrow around in the ground? Maybe? I don't know. Well, that's something I don't recognize. I will recognize it eventually. So anyways, let's end it there for now. Next time, I feel like there's something I'm forgetting that's sort of in this area, and it's not these stupid dragon bosses. I don't give a damn about those things. I'm not really bothering with the dragons, because the only thing from those is dragon hearts, which you use to buy the dragon incantations. I'll go check there and see if there's anything there real fast. I don't know if they've increased their inventory. Because before I couldn't actually do anything with them. Maybe I need just one heart to be able to just look at them. I can't quite remember. Yeah, I can look at them now. Here we go. Dragonfire. One of the incantations of Dragon Communion. Transforms caster into dragon spew flaming breath. Charging sings duration. Incantation to those who have hunted dragons and feasts upon their hearts. Theirs is a pure and overwhelming power, so there's not much to go on here. But you can see that they require Arcane, and I have nothing in Arcane, so I can't use these, so I'm really not inclined to go hunting for them. It transforms into dragon, tear through foes, dragon claws. Same thing. Transforms caster into dragon to bite enemies before them, same thing. So just, there's nothing going on. If I remember correctly, there was another one. We haven't got to it yet, but there's another... I think it's like down here somewhere? I can't quite remember where it is, but I think it's somewhere in this general area. There's another one of these places that has a different inventory, but it's still the same thing. You still require Arcane, so not much point to it. Anyways, let's leave it there for the time being. I guess next time we'll be doing Caelid, unless I can remember the thing that I think I forgot, which I probably didn't. But that's it for now. And after we do Caelid, which will probably take a couple parts, probably 3, jeez, then I guess we will be ready to go to Atlas, which will be new to me because I really don't have any experience doing anything there. Because I was always terrified to touch anything because it was so far in. So, we'll handle that next time. So, goodbye everyone. Whoops, I fucked that up. I canceled that too quick. Hey. Goodbye everyone. Hey indeed. Until next time, bye-bye.